Hello everyone, welcome back. I'm back. Hello Chicken, hello Samuel, how you doing? I hope you enjoyed your well-deserved break. Honestly, it wasn't much of a break for me. I felt a lot of anxiety when I was gone. Yeah, there's a lot to take care of. But man, we are back with an Otome game. How did we end up here? Oh no. Yeah, this was recommended to me by Endless Moonfall. Thank you, Endless. I don't think she's here right now, but hopefully she stopped by. Oh, why's he doing it? Stop by, check out. Alright. Well, I have no idea what to think of this game, but I'll try my best. It is one of the best? Oh, this game? Really? Have you heard of it? I have never heard of this. Actually, I haven't heard of like any Otome game until like a few days ago. A few weeks? Days? Alright, well, let's give it a go. And thank you for the apple juice, Chicken. Oh, no Death Wish coffee? Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh, that sounds terrible. But yeah, let's get started, shall we? Let's go. Is this us? What's your name? Ichika Hishino. Wait, Hishino. No, I don't think that's right. Wait, which one's my first name? I assume the left my first? No. I think the game's a bit loud. Oh, let me turn it down just a little bit. How's this? Is that better? Yeah, how do we get to the next one? Okay. Yes. Wait, no. Oh, ちょっと待って. How do we... Wait, what? Okay. I guess her name is Hishinova. Hima Hishinova. I guess that's fine. Huh? Oh my. What did we just get ourselves into? Can I show this on Twitch? Report of X-Day incidents. Report of the X-Day incidents. Next. April 1st. The video that started all this played on the giant screen facing Shinjuku train station. In order to restore tainted Japan to health, the countdown to X Day will now begin. Our objective is simple. Purge the corruption from the land and make Shinjuku the site of its rebirth. That works. One more call to go on. You have fun with the game. And hope everything behind the scenes is going well. Yeah, it'll be fine. Don't worry. But I'm back. But yeah, good luck at work. If you are afraid, then leave this land. We will not be stopped. But know this. No matter where you are, you will be judged. There are no exceptions. We will resurrect truth in this world. No longer will only the weak be persecuted. Some people appearing to be police officers were tied up in the video. So police are working frantically to trace the broadcast. Prior to the broadcast, a number of officers have been reported missing. The transmission's origin and the officers were never found. And then May arrived. Another video showing the bounded officers like the one in April was uploaded. Oh no. Is this a week later? Thank you for waiting, everyone. The time for judgment is at hand. As we mentioned before, the people here are criminals. In order to cure Japan, such people must be exterminated. Judgment has been passed as a preview of X Day. This is not the end. Henceforth, we will continue to mete out justice to aid our nation's rebirth. Our name is Adonis. Hear me well, listeners. Make sure that you remember his name, okay? May this world become a paradise. Gunshots rang out during the declaration, and the police officers were shot. Colorx Mouse, let's go. Hey, Kathy. Yeah. Did not expect to play this. Actually, I wasn't expecting to play Otome game, to be honest. My hands were tied. The police traced the video to an abandoned building and confirmed one officer's death. However, other officers' bloodstains were found. The criminal's trail and the missing officers' whereabouts are still unknown. Okay. This incident began a chain of heinous crimes that continued into June, July, and August, and the number of victims steadily rose. Public scrutiny of the police grew harsh as time passed, and police efforts were fruitless. I wonder who suggested this one. Yeah, you probably know. Funny enough, it wasn't me. A Roman numeral indicating a countdown and a unique coin believed difficult to counterfeit were found at the scene. Markings on a coin led some to speculate that the once dismantled terrorist organization known as Adonis has been reborn. And then on September 1st, aspirated by the repeated incidents, the government enacted extreme measures. Shinjuku Quarantine Act. This measure, intended to trap the criminals within the borders of Shinjuku, obviously drew the wrath of the public. Demonstrations bordering on riots broke out, but the government suppressed these and stated that it was just for Shinjuku's safety. The government did not stop there. They also adopted unprecedented extra legal measures. Sure, okay. Extra legal. Repeal of the Swords and Firearms Control Law. To provide citizens a means of defense, firearms were provided to all people over the age of 20 within Shinjuku. Hold on. That does not sound like a great idea, but okay. It was all under the pretext of self-defense. We America now. Let's go. The firearms and ammo were all coded in order to quickly determine a shooter's identity whenever a weapon was discharged. The criminals have guns, so the people should be given equal access to equal guns. Equal arms. Thus, as an extra-legal measure, the residents of Shinjuku districts exclusively have obligations to carry firearms. The law, ratified behind closed doors, was suddenly announced to the public. The police had to obey the government's mandate, and the unrest of the citizens trapped within Shinjuku swelled. Thus, as an extra-legal measure, the residents of Shinjuku district exclusively have an obligation to carry firearms. The law, ratified behind closed doors, was suddenly announced to the public. The police had to obey the government's mandate, and the unrest of the citizens trapped within Shinjuku swelled. Though upset, one could say that the citizens were now better suited to survive other incidents, but maybe not each other. It was obvious this plan was full of holes. But there was no turning back. On X Day, all would be reborn in order for their utopia to become reality. Or maybe they're playing right into their hands. Chapter 0. Hold on. Where's my chapter 1? Was that not chapter 0? We had a prologue. After the prologue. Let's go. That was the prologue. What's that? December 5th? Yes, you have reached the SRCPO. Yeah, this is Miss Hoshino on the line, right? The man with a gun is loitering here again. Please come right away. Wait, what? Is that mother? Ah. Masanobu Mochida. Oh. Masanobu Mochida. Oh my god, these names are kind of hard. Was it that granny again, Hoshino? Yeah. Your face tells me she's hung up on you again. How many times is that now? Hey, what? Eh? She? Aren't I a girl? I forgot if chapter 1 is an actual route chapter? Eh? I'm so confused. What a great intro to so Otome games. I'm sorry. She always hangs up before I can say anything. I couldn't tell her no. Listen, Hoshino. Think about every time we've gone out there. Even when we followed up on her reports. It's always just her imagination or something that wasn't worth the trip out there. How many times has she sent us out on a wild goose chase now? I mean, at some point, you know, you figure, let's just stop sending people out there, right? Actually, what's the phrase? Was it the boy who cried wolf? Yeah. It certainly is true that we've gotten nothing out of any of her reports so far. But the way Shinjuku is now, we can't be certain that it'll be nothing again. Oh no, like glossary? Shinjuku is one of the 23 special wards of Tokyo. The X-Day incidents routes by Adonis have led to the quarantine of Shinjuku from the rest of the country. Public opinion was strongly opposed to this action. Yeah, if only we didn't know. You know, from the like 12 times he told us in that prologue. Alright. Well, that's true. In any case, isn't the old woman just feeling uneasy? Until 3 short months ago, it would have been unimaginable for a common citizen to be carrying a gun like we are now. You're awful calm about this, Hoshino. If I didn't know better, I'd never guessed that you've only been on the job for half a year. Eh? Really? Yeah, when I joined the forces, I was a lot more reckless. I was pretty much a daredevil after all. Did they actually insert me into this game? Oh no. Even now, I think you're too bold. Sorry, I guess I should say hardworking. Nah, now all I do for the SRCPO is take complaints and apologize for them. Even when people talk crap. Nope, I think they found you the position you're suited for. SRCPO. This is the department of the police that the protagonist works for. This department was created in order to deal with the public calling and report activity related to XDay. What does it stand for? Secret... I don't know. Something crime police officers? I don't know. Super rare. Yeah. Back then, the blood would rush to my head, you know. I've really grown up now. Anyway, there's no way that SRCPO would get to work the XDay cases. It's a real shame. Okay, they definitely need to shorten that. Maybe a better acronym? I don't know. Okay. Moshiro's gazing into the distance again. He really wants to investigate those cases. Once the Quarantine Act was enacted, Shinjuku Station set up a service for residents. We've been soliciting tips on incidents, but we're really understaffed. Special Regions Crime Prevention Office. Okay, that's what it stands for. That's not much better. Was it SRCPO? Compromises officers from many areas. Special Regions Crime Prevention Office. Yeah, no, I hate it. We mainly deal with calls like the one earlier, or unverifiable claims, and we also patrol Shinjuku to keep the peace. Machida and I were transferred from the local station here, so we often work together. Shinjuku is a hive of animosity and distrust, so it's not safe to go for a leisurely stroll. Usually when we get a report, we'll hear about how people don't trust the office. But it still looks like there are some people who rely on the police. They tried their best to come up with an acronym. I think they should have just, you know, come up with one that didn't suck. It's a little too long. You know, maybe one that can be shortened to like 2 syllables, 1 syllable. Anyway, it still looks like there are some people who can rely on the police. You're right. We shouldn't keep that granny waiting too long. Let's go. Wait, didn't she have the same last name as me? Is Hoshino... Hoshino's not an uncommon name, I think. Hoshino. Yes, sir! Or wait, was it something else? Was it something similar? Can't read. I'm sure it's just another guy hanging around that creeped her out for no particular reason. But whenever you hear her out, that old lady looks really relieved. Well, she lives alone, so I don't think she has anyone else that she can count on. She has a gun. I don't know. I think she'll be fine. Just kidding. Did everyone like get training for these guns or something? I would hope so. Just give them all guns. Hope it works. Do children have guns too? Wait a second. Where's the cutoff? What's the age limit here? She looks kind of scary, but sometimes she talks about her grandchild. She's granny. You think she can do much with a gun? Yes. I mean, a gun's pretty lethal. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe give them all rubber bullets. They're less lethal. I'm sure she's actually a kind person. Sure. It probably seems that way to you when you're the one talking to her. You're good at listening to children and elderly people. Just those two. No one else. Not me. I'm always one to cut them off and make them get to the point. Honestly, that's me inside. Most of the time. I have to agree. Mochida is pretty much exactly like that. Yeah, oh no, he's Mochida. Oh my god, I'm not used to these names. Hey Hoshino, this is where you're supposed to deny it. This is where you're supposed to deny it. Oh, sorry. Seriously, man, you're my subordinate. Subordinate. There we go. You're supposed to back me up. That hurts. Mochida is my superior, but he always treats me like we're equals. So I really feel like I can just be myself around him. I thought the police force would be a strict pecking order, but that was a big relief. So I never admit that to his face. Hey, are you cops? You seem to have an awful lot of free time. Huh? I turned to face the voice behind me. A vexed man with a gun glared at me. It's because you cops are so incompetent that we got trapped here in Shinjuku. Get on your knees and apologize to us. You'll accept your punishment, right? Or... One of the men raised his gun at me. Yep, giving them guns. Greatest idea. Stop that crap. Ow! Mochida swiftly closed the distance and disarmed the man with an arm lock. Damn you! Let him go! Threatening someone with a gun has a harsh penalty. You still want to give it a shot? That's... So what? You think I care about that? I won't make any excuses for what happened. You can probably tell I'm just playing around. Still, I don't see any reason for a cop like me to endure treatment like this. Anyway, find a better way to vent your anger that doesn't involve hurting other people. That gun was given to you for your self-defense. It is not to be used as an offensive weapon. Perhaps cowed? Cowed? By Mochida's words, they reluctantly lowered their weapons. Good. The sun's going down now, so leave her alone and run on home. Mochida returned the gun he took from the man and shooed them off. Don't pull that on civilians, you hear me? Don't you ever do that again. Wait a second. He's not one of the love interests, is he? The trio retreated quickly, and Mochida returned to me. Sorry, Hoshino. Those guys... I know. We'll overlook this, won't we? There's no shortage of people who harbor that kind of animosity towards the police. Obstructing an officer is a jailable offense, though they're not exactly wrong for blaming the police for creating the situation. Obstructing an officer simply refers to the act of interfering with police investigations in the broadest sense of the phrase. It also refers to illegal activities by public employees. I would imagine, threatening them is a different offense, but, well, I don't know. Mochida must have felt the same way, so he chose to simply let them go with a warning. Record the firearm number for the guns. Eh? You caught that? I mean, I caught that? Eh? Oh, thanks. I don't think those guys are bad people. One of them still has a safety on anyway. Yeah, just one of them. So, you matured as a cop. You're calm when someone draws a gun at you. Yeah, it's kind of weird to say that I'm used to it. But I can access the situation now. Once the swords and firearms law got repealed, I would tremble if I was drawn on. Ooh, let's see. Ah, wait, I missed one. No. Okay. Despite my training at the police academy, I lost my nerve on several occasions when someone pointed a gun at me with hostility. Ah, wait, well, no. I skipped it. Whatever. It's not important, right? Okay. But every time that happened, Mochida stepped in and protected me. Yeah, I think we gotta learn to defend for ourselves. He's not always gonna be around, is he? He's your babysitter? Basically. He's our superior, but... It's all thanks to you, Mochida. Watching you handle yourself like you just did has eased my fear of guns quite a bit. Something you naturally get used to once you've experienced it. Besides, when situations like this arise, I gotta stick up for my subordinate. Mochida puffed out his chest and then let out a carefree laugh. He's relaxed like an easygoing uncle, but he's my reliable superior. When we returned to the station, we could hear the stirrings of a commotion. Who did dragon this time? Well, crime rates in Shinjuku are at a record high. Most of them are first-time offenders. It means civilians haven't accepted things yet. As long as there are people willing to dirty their hands, there will also be wannabe heroes. Ah, vigilantes, let's go. Heroes, huh? Last month, a criminal claimed responsibility for X Day and started shooting randomly. Bystanders gunned him down. Oh, hold on. And his incident ended without any innocent victims, but there was talk of thank yous and rewards. More people started to do the same. Man. So, yeah, looking more and more like a great idea, giving everyone guns. I see. The criminal died of his wounds, but investigators found no connection between him and X-Day. The theory is that he was just a copycat criminal. Wannabe criminal. Shaking my head. Due to this incident, however, the number of people actively carrying guns increased. Wasn't there a mandate? There are some who praise the citizens taking matters into their own hands, but normally our job would be to bring the guy in. Despite all that, Officer Mochida, we don't know who might be listening. Mochida looked around and made a sour expression. He lowered his voice. Sorry, I know the brass said to suck it up, but this is just so half-assed. I know how you feel. I'm just as impatient as you are. Eh? Wait, we're not impatient. Shut up, Chima. I mean, Hoshino, yeah. As a police officer, I also wanted to help solve the X-Day cases. All I can do is lend an ear to citizens that turn to the... No, I'm not saying that again. To us. There we go. That's all I can do. Hoshino, I have some business with the local planning office. Can you go on ahead? Yes, sir. I parted ways with Mochida, and soon I came across a familiar face. You work today, Saiki? Saiki. Yuzuru Saiki. I couldn't read his description. It's too fast. Hey. Hey, Hoshino. Same to you. Are you off today? No, not yet. I was just on my way to file a report. We attended the academy together. Became friends while we were out drinking. Okay. We also got assigned to the same office. So we're drinking and venting buddies. Venting buddies. Sus. Hey, Psyche. So, okay, I'm guessing he's one of them. One of the love interests. Probably, that makes sense. What about you, Psyche? Nope, I'm also stuck here writing a report. Same as you. By the way, we're still on for drinking tomorrow, right? Yeah, I have a lot of things I want to ask you. Really now. What? More therapy sessions? You had it rough since you joined SRCPO. Back at the academy, you're always so fired up. Fired? Oh god. You wanted to make a difference by catching even one more criminal. Interesting. Well, back then I never would have imagined things would turn out this way. Hey, I'm not saying that I don't like that passionate side of you. I suppose all that passion went out the SRCPO service window though. No, it didn't. It's not a good acronym. CIRCPO. Yeah, no. No, it didn't. My feelings haven't changed a bit from back then. But that's the spirit again. Yep, that's how you should be. Okay. Without thinking, I flashed a smile in response to Psyche's grin. I feel a bit more relaxed now. Psyche knows that the right thing to say when my mind is like this. Oh, we never met the grandma. Aw. It's a big reason why I stay optimistic in his job, despite all the dilemmas I face. Well. I was wondering who you were talking to, Psyche, eh? Good work today, Officer Mochida. Yeah, you off now? No, I still need to follow up on some work. Have a good evening. Psyche bowed slightly towards Mochida and gave me his look. Good luck. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks. I don't know what came out like that. You two get along pretty well. You're going drinking tomorrow, right? Huh? Did I mention that? Like you did, about a week ago, I think. Catboy told me that you were going out so that I wouldn't give you overtime. We made plans that far ahead? Huh. Oh, interesting. Okay. Sorry. It's like he's a little too straightforward sometimes. Well, at times like this, wait, these, you gotta stretch your wings a bit. Have fun. I will. I'm so confused. Okay. After I handed my report off to Mochida, I suddenly remembered something. I should stop by before I head home. Where? Where are we going? Headphones. No, that's not headphones. It's the ear protectors things. What are they called? Just ear protectors. We'll just go with that. When I have even a little bit of free time, I practice at the station shooting range. I want to improve my skills just in case they're needed. Plus, shooting helps calm my nerves and deal with anxiety. Do I get paid for this? I took a firing stance and took a deep breath. Right. Make sure we were hearing protection. My hands used to shake just holding it. The day I dispelled that hesitation was during training one day at the academy. Flashbacks. Oh, you're still here? Your face says something bothering you again. Something's bothering you again. Thank you. I don't think I'm suited for this job after all. I'm just shooting a target now. But what if it were a real person? I know I'd miss in that situation. Hoshino, what do you think that gun is for? Huh? For catching criminals, right? I don't think you shoot criminals if you want to catch them. Maybe I'm wrong? That again? Are you being a bit too hard-headed? I believe that gun is so that we can shoot to protect. Protect. Not just anyone can do it. Police officers have trained to do so. So why'd you give the public guns? Yeah. Shooting to protect. You can catch a hostage taker when he lowers his guard, or mobilize a fleeing criminal. You can do that with accurate marksmanship. The idea is you don't shoot them if they have hostages, but okay. So you leave those to sharpshooters? I don't know. But if you don't have the conviction and skill to shoot, you may let hostages die. Criminals could escape and commit more crime. It isn't a killing weapon. You should to protect. Can't you try and think of it that way? I mean, other ways to protect. Seriously, rubber bullets would be way better. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. The reason we're issued gun is because we're responsible for protecting the people. Yeah, besides Hoshino. But besides Hoshino, I think that because we're allowed to carry guns, we need to be ready for the worst. Is that really the reason you need to be ready for the worst? I think you should always be ready for the worst. Worst case scenario. You mean where we might have to kill to protect the innocent? Yeah. If you're prepared to take a life in order to protect the lives of others. So we are killing. If it were to come down to that, would you have what it takes to shoot? Wasn't she just asking about, or were we just asking about that? Yeah. I feel like we're going back in circles, except he's saying it now. I don't know. After listening to his words, I understood what the weight of the weapon meant to Saiki. For him, this was not just a tool for killing, it was a means to protect people. I shouldn't hold a gun without the resolve, and a police officer must be ready to shoot. After that, I devoted myself to training. As Saiki said, conviction alone is worthless. Without marksmanship, a gun would still just be a killing weapon. Not if you can't hit them. Huh? What? I feel like it's not a killing weapon if you can't hit them. I don't know. Anyway. To make sure that I would be able to protect, I've been training at the range daily. My skills have improved dramatically. In fact, marksmanship is my greatest skill. Of course, I doubt my performance in the field will mirror my skill in training. I never know when that time will come, but when a key moment comes, I don't want regrets. As long as Shinjuku stays this way, as long as the X-Day incidents are unresolved, I get the feeling that I'll need to be ready. Aim my pistol again. Raise my head. No, one more time. Okay. Oh, am I supposed to do something? Good, that's it. Okay, I see. Missed. Wait, I didn't know this was a quick time event. Oi. Whew. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. If only. In the end, all my shots had formed a tight grouping in the center. I let out a deep sigh. So we shot 3 shots? That was an hour? Huh. Some fine shooting as expected. Gotta be on your feet. I didn't know. Hey, I told you I had no idea what this game was about. Whoa. Surprised by the sudden voice behind me. I spun around, startled. Psyche, you stepped and left. I got bogged down with work. I figured I'd step out for a breather. I saw that you were here. Were you watching this whole time? She just said something. She was watching the whole hour? You can actually get bad endings if you miss. Yeah, I think we might end up getting a few bad endings. But he was watching for the whole hour? You're concentrating pretty hard, so I didn't want to interrupt. Besides, I was enjoying it. I like watching you shoot. It helps me relax. It's cathartic, I guess. I feel like I'm getting stalked. What the heck? Should I be happy to hear that? Kylie watches her shoot the whole hour without saying a word. God, that's creepy. Of course, it's a compliment. I respect you. I respect that you're a hard worker, and that you try and improve yourself for the future. Where's this suddenly coming from? You won't get anything out of flattering me. He's always confident, so something felt off. So he let out a small chuckle at an attempt to deflect my embarrassment. You've always been passionate. You started coming here more once the weapon bans was lifted a few months ago, right? Yeah. As he said, it was around then. You knew even though I hadn't spoken about it. Yeah. I definitely intensified my training after weapons bans was lifted. Because this hunk of metal, which a trained police officer needs conviction to wield, had been distributed to the untrained masses. The world had turned into a place where people would half jokingly draw guns at other people, just as those men had done earlier today. You can probably tell I'm just playing around. Well, I don't see any reason for a cop like me to endure treatment like this. Anyways, find a better place to vent your anger. Okay, we've seen all this. It was like if you do self-defense, it's not used to offense up. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Shut up, Mochida. It's like when you're trying to pull, what is it? Trying to pull out your bike in Pokemon. You just hear Oak. Like, yeah, Oak. I know. When I remember Mochida's words, the pistol felt heavier than ever. This was not something to be taken lightly. I'm sure that many of the citizens baffled by the government's policy feel similarly. Some objected to the distribution of guns, but now some people will obviously use them. Not just for self-defense. I don't know what they were thinking when they decided to make civilians carry this burden. Actually, I feel like they just supplied the group. I forgot what their name is. I feel like they just ended up supplying the group of terrorists with guns. An endless supply of guns. Just kidnap people with guns. Kill them, take their guns. Look. Now we have more ammo. Yeah, I definitely didn't think this through. But then again, this sort of sounds like real life. I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking when they decided to make civilians carry this burden. I had the conviction to shoot. I'm a cop. That's my responsibility. I'll fulfill my duty, no matter what, but... People who have been ready themselves now have the power to kill someone with a trigger pull. Yeah, I think that's weird too. The fact that we carry guns set us apart. We trained to defend the law and had guns to uphold it. I see what you're saying. Even if the government says this is for self-defense, I think this is wrong. The people who run the country don't want to talk about what they've done here. I'm not in a position to protest it, but I can't approve of a world where people are suddenly made to wield a weapon. Words alone aren't enough. When the moment comes, my skills need to prevent civilians from ever having to use their guns. Yeah, I won't lag behind you. Although I don't think I'd be able to beat you now. You've always had a gift for marksmanship. It's like he strolled away with a bright laugh. As I watched him leave, he looked back at me with a vague smile. He's just creepy, to be honest. Hey, Hoshino. When a criminal is right in front of you, you're prepared to shoot to protect, right? No, this is so creepy. I don't know. Yeah. I can now resolutely answer the question that he had asked me before. Creepy? Poor psyche. Hey, well, not creepy. He's staring at me for an hour. In silence. Like, he's not... I don't even know he's there. Come on. Return Psyche's smile and settle for a firing stance with my gun. Watch, I'm gonna turn around and he's there still. I pulled the trigger without hesitation, as if to demonstrate my determination. Conviction was carved into my heart. What if I missed? Who's taking notes on why you missed your first shot? Because maybe that was the first time I shot? I don't know. Let's see. The 5th of December, 10 p.m? I left the station and walked to my home when a brisk wind made me shiver. Oh, that's cold. And though a muffler, mafura, and a thick coat, the December chill stung my body. My breath exited my body as a tiny white cloud, and I glanced at the nearby buildings. This place sure has changed. Wait, we don't have portrait art of me. I'm sad. Well, it's not often we see our portrait art. I feel like when we're talking, maybe we should. But I guess the idea is we're from Hoshino's perspective. We're obviously not going to see yourself. I don't know. Shinjuku used to be bustling day and night. Nowadays, it was mostly empty after nightfall. Seriously, the only female character. Come on. Much of society just stopped functioning once Shinjuku became quarantined. Yeah, her POV. We need more mirrors in here. Shops, schools, and utilities continued to work to the government's satisfaction, but everything else was non-existent. So long as the criminals remained at large, there will always be an uneasiness here. It's hard to tell people to live their normal lives in a situation. You can't just visit friends anymore. You have to weigh it against being targeted. People didn't know whether they or their loved ones would be the next victims, but they had to go on living somehow. It was hard to put into words just how much I missed life before the quarantine. I know I'm not the only one who has to come to this realization. I hurriedly took out my phone, which was displaying Mochida's name. Does he have a problem with my reports? Wondering what I'd do if I asked to return, I answered the call. To be honest, you don't have to answer this. No, don't answer. Yes, this is Hoshino. Sorry to call you back to work, but it's urgent. It sounds like there's trouble in Shinjuku Garden. Shinjuku Garden. Anyone hearing that name would be wary. The X-Day incident in August, Shinjuku Garden was the scene of the crime and the epicenter of much public fear. It should be closed off to the public. Given the site, we can't rule out a connection to the X-Day cases. Most of the officers from the police boxes are out on other business, so they asked us to respond to the situation. Can't you go yourself? Just a thought. I don't know. Acknowledged. I'll head there right away. No, I'm pretty sure there's other people, you know, on duty. But okay. I don't know who or what we're dealing with. Stand by until I get there. You hear me? Wait, we don't... Do we even have our uniform on? I feel like we wouldn't. I know. I won't act on my own. When did he get there before us? Didn't he? We can go back and change. And the call and hastily made my way over to Shinjuku Garden. When I arrived, I quickly scanned the area, assessed the situation. And it assessed the situation. Wait, this is one of the places where there was a body, wasn't there? And, I don't think that was a flashback. Or what was it? Previews? I don't know. Nobody's here. The area was dark. Visibility was poor. It'd be tough for me to tell if anyone was laying an ambush in there. Just in case, I drew my sidearm. I got into the habit of always carrying my weapon, and had practiced often, but I never actually used it in the field. So to be honest, I was nervous. Still, if I was confronted with someone who intended to take the lives of others, I can't hesitate. While cautiously eyeing my surroundings, I approached the sealed gate to Shinjuku Garden. Why isn't Mochida here yet? It seems like it was taking him an awfully long time to get to Shinjuku Garden. It's an ambush. I wonder if he's gotten into some trouble. While I was debating whether to call him, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Is that Mochida? I turned around. I knew it. I felt something pushed against my waist. The shock coursed through my body. I opened my eyes and saw a flickering light. Congrats, you dead. Let's go! That was quick. Alright, well, time to end the stream. Where am I? I tried to get up. My body was numb and unresponsive. I couldn't move. What's going on? I tried to move my head to at least get a sense of my surroundings. Something's there. I felt a strange pressure around my neck. I wanted to check what it was, but I couldn't even raise my hands. No. Why? It was as if my body wasn't my own. So I gradually regained the use of my hands and timidly felt my neck. Is this a collar? Nice fashion choice. Choker, I like it. You know, I prefer ones that look like this though, but you know. I grew pale as I felt the metallic coldness. What is this? What's it doing on me? What am I doing here? Looking around, I saw that the floor around me was covered with what it looked like red flowers. Flowers. Scarlet like blood. Looking up, I could see the moonlight cascading through stained glass. Am I in a church? Nah, it's just someone's house. My body was paralyzed for reasons unknown. I was wearing an unfamiliar color, yet the ephemeral beauty of the stained glass dominated my attention for the moment. Where have I seen this stained glass? You finally appeared to be awake, Miss Hoshino. The voice was close. It was from the caller. I'm sure you're surprised to suddenly find yourself here. It's just a very expensive house. Oh wait, I can do this. Maybe this will sound interesting. Let's try this. Okay, no. Nope, that's kind of ear-shattering. Yeah, you know, someone's front door is just stained glass. Oh god, I can't even imagine that. I very much wanted to speak to you in private, so I arranged to have you collected in this manner. Who are you? Did you put this collar on me? Why did you... I cannot give you the answer to those questions at this time. Regardless, you'll eventually arrive at our humble abode. What do you mean? You have been chosen as a test subject. Henceforth, you'll be closely monitoring your actions until X day. When I execute when you execute your own form of justice, I promise we will meet. Not like this, but in person. What is your goal? What experiment? What have you done to me? Quiet now, or else you'll die, you know. The collar currently around your neck contains a lethal poison. Poison? The dose currently in your bloodstream has a delayed effect, and is not as a lethal dose. It would be a problem if you died here. They say their goal isn't to kill me. That's why I'm in this paralyzed state. I have no idea what they're up to. What they had learned only made me more tense. Still, as a police officer, I couldn't just sit quietly and take this. After all, the voice coming from the collar mentioned something about X Day. I have to investigate further. I need to at least get some useful information so I can report it. Oh, please. Do not speak of this to the police. We like to avoid taking drastic measures. You know, it'd be a little bit... I feel like it'd be a little bit more dramatic if it was more like the collar, you know, exploded. That would be fun. And surely, you feel quite lonely if you were to lose those dear to you, right? ちょっと待って. Who? I don't know how much this criminal knows about me, but if they're going to threaten the people close to me, I won't forgive you. Explosion would be too quick. You gotta go for the slow, painful death. Hey, it doesn't seem like we're in much pain. I don't know. just seem paralyzed. For now. Actually, that's an interesting thought. You know, just paralyze them until they eventually starve to death. Or dehydrate. One of the two. Or, you know, the bodily functions just stop working. Oh no. For now. Yeah, for now. It did say it was a non-lethal dose. Well, I think the idea was they can, you know, give us a lethal dose whenever. You know? Maybe not. I don't know. I might be misinterpreting that. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you for this. We hope that you are being truthful, but we have no interest in impotence. In impotence. Self-righteousness. What we seek are noble intentions. Noble. Okay. The world is full of malice and vague laws, but ideals are clear, formless justice. Will learning the truth change your struggle? Will you lead the rebirth with us? We look forward to learning the answer. Now, show us, Chima Hoshino. Show us what true justice means to you. What justice means to me. Alright, let's do the intro, I guess. Ooh. They're already showing us some of the CPs. Interesting. Awesome. Not CVs. What are they called? CGs, yeah. Spoilers! No. I think we'll be fine. I have no idea what the context is. Hold on. Is that us? Were we dying? Any? Cats. You have no idea of the context. I don't even know what the story's about. I don't know who these people are. We met two people. Besides, none of what was shown is really spoilers. Yeah. We'll see about that. I wonder how much time had passed. Despite my entreaties, the column was silent. My body was still paralyzed and worse. It felt getting harder and harder to breathe. They say it wasn't a lethal dose, but I don't know if that's true. At this rate, if nobody finds me soon. As that thought suddenly crossed my mind, my vision grew dark. You know, let's just take a nap. Someone find us, right? Right? I'm scared. Somebody, help me. You there? Hey, keep it together. Somebody found me. Perhaps I would be saved. While clinging onto that shred of hope, I looked at the man in front of me. Who are you? Oh wait, no. Okay, this was what we saw earlier, huh? Who are you? Don't force yourself to talk. I've been looking for you. Eh? We have another stalker? Let's go! Oh my god. Yep, we just got a group of stalkers. It's our little fan club. See? You know what happened to you. Hang in there. Everything will be okay. Eh? Eh? If you knew all along, you know, why don't you come sooner? Why don't you stop this from happening? It'll be alright. We got you. Once I heard those words, my crippling terror began to subside a bit. You just assume everyone's a stalker? Well, he just said, we know everything about you. You know? We know everything that happened to you. I'm like, huh? Huh? If they're not a stalker, I don't know who is. However, some doubts so stubbornly remained. They were looking for me. They know what's happened to me. See? How'd they know? How'd they know I was here? Need to wait for him to explain. Nah, everyone's a stalker. I know no one. We don't have friends. After having that realization, my would-be savior suddenly seemed much more frightening. See? See? In-game me knows. Are you afraid of me? No, this is just creepy. It's getting creepy. Just knows my every thought. Must have seen a change in my expression. The man looked at me and then... It's just like that other time. Wait, what? He seemed kind of sad as he murmured that, so I couldn't take my eyes off him. I don't think you could if you could. Yeah, I don't think you could even if you wanted to. We're kind of paralyzed, you know? But okay. Why is he making that face? But this time, I'll be sure to. I couldn't catch the end of his whisper. Huh? His voice. I've seen these sorrowful eyes somewhere. A voice that filled me with deep calm. It's not gonna be like he's from the future or he's from an alternate timeline or something. Come on, please. No, don't do it. Don't do this. From what it said, it sounded like that. But let's keep going. This should have been our first meeting, but I felt like those qualities were familiar. Alternate timeline. Interesting hypothesis. Or did he save me when we were younger? I don't know. Who are you? I don't know. I don't know what to think. I have no expectations for this game. Just like I opened my mouth to voice that question. Have we not passed out yet?
Yanagi-senpai!
The boy band's here. I see. Yanagi!
So
she's the one. I have 4 stalkers. Let's go. You see that collar? There's no doubt about it. Enomoto, did you bring the notice? Yeah, here. The man lifting me in his arms took what appeared to be a letter from a man who was wearing an eye patch. This is a notice that was addressed to us. He unfolded the sheet so that I was able to see it. As part of the X-Day countdown, a woman will be poisoned to death on the 6th of December at 12 a.m. There is only one way to save her. You must enter the unlock code given below into the collar the woman's wearing. Furthermore, the police are notified. We will immediately kill the woman. Even if you save the woman, you're not to speak of the collar. Wait, isn't it the 10th? Wait, is it 10th? No, it's the 6th. Yeah, it's the 6th. Wait, no, it's the 5th. Okay. Wait, it 12th? I don't remember. Whatever. I'll just assume, they're right. We'll be monitoring your actions through the collar. Should you violate any of these terms, you'll be placing her life in jeopardy. Heed this warning well. X-Day countdown. Why me? How about you get the collar off me first? Well, can't you think of some reason they'd be targeting you? Huh? Shut up, idiot. We don't have time for this. Sasakuza's right. Wait, it can't wait until we've neutralized. It can wait until we've neutralized the toxin. It could be a trap. Enomoto, I won't repeat myself. Her life is at stake. Honestly, I don't know if I can trust these people. No, they're stalkers. No, don't trust them. But then again, there's who else is gonna save us? I mean, we either die from the poison, or actually, it wasn't lethal. Wait a second. If it's not lethal, why do they have to save me? Hey Fox, how you doing? Interesting game. Yeah, isn't it? Oh god. At this rate, I don't want to die without even trying. I made up my mind. I'm prepared to speak. Is there a way to stop it? Please help me. It looks like we need to enter the code here. He thinks everyone is a stalker? Yes, everyone's a stalker. Why is everyone following me? There's a guy that was watching me shoot for an hour. In silence. Without me, me noticing him. That's not creepy at all? Yeah, it looks like we need to enter the code here. The man touched somewhere on the collar while supporting my body weight. It's like he's your friend. That's what you think. If my friend did that, I'll be like, what's wrong with you? Please say something. I thought I was ready, but I was still scared. Not knowing what was about to happen, I squeezed my eyes shut. Just hold on a little bit longer. You'll be okay. Alright, we did. I was standing on the border between life and death. I had no idea whether or not I'd draw another breath. What a strange situation. I want to trust this man. No, don't put your expectations up. That's how you get let down. But then again, if you're dead, you can't be let down, can you? The moment that thought formed in my mind. Ow! I let out a gas as the collar lanced me. No, did we screw up? Oh, we did. So this collar XML still told me you wanted me to play something? Yes. Well, at least I'm not playing, oh, what was the other one? What was the one you made him play? The one where, they, you know, they contact you at odd hours in the night? I mean, if they somehow managed to do that through a Switch game, I'd be very, very, worried. Maybe they are actually... Maybe they are stalking me. Hold on. Mystic Messenger? Ah, yes, that one. Yanagi, what's happening? When I heard this... their anxious voices, I worried that the darkness would claim me. But soon I felt something change. Huh? I can move? Wait, that's not how poison works. But okay. You know, still has to leave your system. You know, antidote. That's got a bad end. Good job, Fox. Good job. Don't worry, I'll be on that boat soon. Always. Just curious if you will be able to get a good end from the get-go. Me? Sure. I don't know. I mean, are there like options I have to do, or do I just, you know, not have to miss? Or maybe don't spoil it for me. When I slowly opened my eyes, the man holding me exhaled a sigh of relief. Yes? Wait, yes to which? It looks like it worked. There are story options, eh? That's all I will say. I know, I'm pretty sure you can, you know, pick the guy you want. But what other options are there? Probably... like action choices? Assuming? Looks like it worked. Yes, I can feel my body again. Really? Make it more obvious next time. Also try not to miss your shots. I don't miss. We don't count that first time. It was a practice run. I'm sad I'm missing the stream. Hey, Endless. How you doing? Thanks for the... Thanks for this recommendation. Again. Oh god. I don't even know. I don't know. So where's the cute cat boy? He's here somewhere. He's probably somewhere on the screen. I don't know. Sorry. I felt the pain in my neck. I thought I was done for. It seems like I made it. Breathing had finally come easier, so I patted my chest in relief. The color is looking better than it was earlier. Yanagi, it seems like the color contained the antidote. Oh, what? Naruhodo. I see. Most likely. Yanagi, was it? Thank you for saving my life. Can't hear anything, but yeah, hope you all enjoy your time. I'm almost going home. Oh, okay. Great, I can say whatever I want about him. No, I wouldn't do that. I was still woozy, but I managed to stand up and bow to him. No, I didn't do it alone. They've been running all over looking for you. I turned to look at the other two as Yanagi mentioned them. Thank you. Enough, who cares? We need to know why the criminals picked you. That's why I'm here for. Or that's what I'm here for. I'm sorry, I'd like to give you an answer, but I honestly have no idea. Maybe because you're the only girl in the story? I don't know. But anyway. As if we can just simply accept that. You almost killed. There's obviously a reason they tried to kill you. Specifically. Anyone can see that. What? Why is he being so hostile towards me? I can't just accept that you guys showed up out of the blue either. It's not like I automatically trust you now. You know, we could say whatever he wants and I wouldn't be the wiser. Hey! It's like she read my mind. Because I bought the man to do so. And no, she's not the only girl. Eh? Really? I mean, I guess there was Granny. I wouldn't exactly call her a girl though. So... I'm grateful for that you rescued me, but... how exactly did you get that notice about my situation in the first place? Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here. I can't just give you intel about... You don't know your relationship to the criminals. So the caller's probably listening to us, anyway. Are the girls in a story? Ayo? You said waifus? Let's go! Now I'm interested. Can I waifu them? Are they options? For plot purposes, we forgot about all other females. Eh? Oh. I guess she's just reading the chat, huh? Anyway. Easy, Takeru. I see your points, but take it down a bit. No, not options. Alright. I give up. Nope. Bye. I romanced them. No! My Tome's, man. My Tome's. This is why I don't play these games. Okay, that's not the only reason. Yeah. Yanagi, what are you doing? Meanwhile, he's sniffing my hair. Yep. Just kidding. Someone dropped a gun here. Is it the criminals or maybe... Ah, that's mine. I see. Isn't it unusual for people to be carrying guns around here? Isn't this a police model? Sniff. Hey Lexi, how you doing? Welcome. It is. How'd you know that? I used to be a police officer. Used to. And I took an arrow to the knee. Oh god, he's gonna be the edgy backstory, isn't he? Huh? Yanagi let out a little chuckle as he saw my jaw drop. If you don't believe me, feel free to look me up. IG Yanagi, formerly Investigations, Section 1. A division of the Metropolitan Police Department that primarily deals with particularly heinous crimes. Each division is responsible for different types of crimes such as murder, arson, kidnapping. The sad boy backstory. Yeah. Like, my parents died. Was it? Yeah, I was a police officer. Until one day, I had to make a choice. Between... I had to kill someone to save my brother or something. I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Investigation Section 1 at HQ. That'd be very easy to verify, so it wasn't unlikely that he was lying. Unless you drop your notebook along with your gun. It'd be pretty obvious to anyone that you're police. While Yanagi talked, he opened my police notebook. Chima Hoshino. Excuse me? Right, sorry. Took my gun and notebook back to Yanagi. I was going to ask about them once again, but my phone began to vibrate. Interesting. Pardon me. That's right, Mochida was... Who's it from? My superior. I was attacked while we were supposed to meet up in response to a call. Then you shouldn't stay here too long. We'll continue this another time elsewhere. Right, sounds like we won't have time to chat. We're just cutting her loose. Well, it'd be tough to hide her. Even if we took her captive, it'd draw up suspicion to her, wouldn't it? Who are you people? Sasuga, I understand your concerns. But it doesn't seem like her fear is just an act. If she's just a victim, then we aren't the only ones here who want to know the truth. I nodded earnestly as he turned to me. I want to know what happened here too. hate being kept in the dark like this. That's Sasuka. She's a police officer. She won't run. All the ex-day victims to date have been killed, without exception. She's the only one so far that they give us a way to save. Even if she's a cop, this is still suspicious. But Yanagi doesn't suspect her. Correct. I see no reason to suspect her right now. Well, I don't see any reason to trust her either. Well, it seems like we should just let her go for the time being, right? If she goes missing now, that'll just arouse suspicion, and that would be bad for her, so... Fine, I get it. If she tries to vanish, we'll just track her down, make her talk. Like I said, I'm not running! Hoshino, we'll come get you later. For now, could you wait at Shinjuku Station? Oh, I remember X Day? I'm sorry? Kathy told me about it? Yeah? I mean, Clanhead, if you didn't romance a girl, you turn into a crazy pervert who dates your best friend. Really weird. Eh? Visual novels, man. Okay. Huh. Very, very strange. Anyway. I'm sure you'd be able to relax better there. X Day. Why wasn't I given this briefer? This briefing. Kathy, damn it. Alright. Yeah. Or endless. Hearing a tinge of concern in Yanagi's voice made me feel a little better. They're the man they called Sasazuki. Can I just call him Sasa? Whatever. Sasasuka. Ah, it's too long. Remained thoroughly suspicious of me. I didn't feel any of that from Yanagi. Because that would be spoilers if I brief you in it. Wait, it's not spoilers for Fox, you know? Fox wants to know, so I told him. Hey! I kind of want to know, to be honest. I kind of want to know what I'm getting into. Getting myself into. The man they called Sasuga remains thoroughly suspicious of me. I didn't feel any of that from Yanagi. The last one was Enomoto, right? I'm not sensing much from him. I became aware of someone observing me. Oh, now you do, huh? What now? He's watching me. The notice said not to expose the existence of the collar, didn't it? You don't look very bright. I'll bet you find a way to get yourself killed on your own. Yeah. Now it's better if you find out. The thing is that she said it in a funny way, so I wanted to know. Hey. 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 Kathy? Feel like I should get some treatment. I don't know. Okay, well, I'm gonna go. I'm being dragged away. They're gonna stop me from watching this by prying my phone from my dead body. Alright, endless. Bye. Hopefully see you later. Hopefully. Or maybe not, for making me play this game. I don't know. What? Hey, that's enough, Sasuga. Okay. The poison was neutralized, but that collar is still around her neck. Just be careful. Okay, this is why they call collar Malice. We just wear it to the end? I feel like it's gonna end up killing me at the end. I don't know. Or is that the bad end? Maybe that's the bad end. Okay, besides, they did say that they'd be monitoring everything through the collar. Have you considered, you know, breaking it? I don't know. Dismantling it? Maybe... Oh, what is that? What's that term? You know, there's a... Probably, yeah, some sort of... trap on it? I don't know. There's several bad ends. Several ways to mess up. I'd still play the game, but no console to play it. It's unfortunate. Let's see. Hoshino. Actually, you could probably plug the mics. I don't know. Anyway, I turned to respond. Yanagi took my mafura and proceeded to cover the collar by wrapping the mafura around my neck. Muffler. I've never heard anyone call it that. It's the scarf. We don't know what the criminals want. They should keep that hidden, even at the station. I mean, it could just be a fashion statement. I don't know. Understood. Then we'll be heading out first. The criminals might still be looking around. Hurry up and rendezvous with your superior. I will have you play it on my Switch so I can see you play it in real time. Oh no. Yes. What did you say? Something rendezvous superior? Yeah, okay. After I watched the three of them leave, I looked at my phone. Mochida's been calling me repeatedly. Checking the time, I saw that 2 hours had passed. Hoshino! Fox wants to play it. Really? Fox, you into otomes? Let's see. Where have you been? I couldn't reach you. I thought you gotten caught up in an accident. I'm sorry I made you worry. You're pretty responsible, so I know you wouldn't just stop answering your phone. Did something happen? He's used to me rambling about otomes whenever I play them, anyway. Interesting. Yeah, I'm getting pretty used to it too, to be honest. Otomes, but the story in this one's interesting, plus I want to break my otome bad ending curse. Oh, good luck! I don't know, maybe you can use this as a guide. Maybe not... What not to do. I'm pretty sure this is related to X days, so I should probably report what happened. But I don't know what would happen if I talk. Wreck of indecision, I decide to... Oh god. First decision. We're gonna die. We're gonna die if we report this. Or my family's gonna die. Oh no. Eto ne. I feel like this is how you get the bad end. So, we're not gonna report this. I think. I don't know. Still, I haven't learned anything. If you haven't been paying attention, you should know what to pick. Oh, please do not speak of this, police. We'd like to avoid taking drastic measures. And surely you'd feel quite lonely if you were to lose those dear to you, right? Do I just... okay. They might still be listening, so I shouldn't speak carelessly. They said they'd be observing through the collar. Actually, on the way to Shinjuku Garden, I came across a male student using a dog for target practice. I thought that stuff had finally died down recently. I suppose it still happens. Congrats, you avoided insta-death? Does that kill me? Does it just kill me? Does the collar actually blow up? Okay, anyway. When a weapon ban was lifted, all the young people wanted to try out their weapons, in spite of the coded tracking system. You survived. Yep. Oh no. I kind of want to see it, to be honest. But anyway, when a weapons ban was lifted, all the young people wanted to try out their weapons, in spite of the coded tracking system. There's no save states in this game, is there? You would have died if you picked it wrong? Is there like a special scene for that? There probably is. Do we get a CG for it? Oh, that'd be grim. There are save states? Wait, what? Where? 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 Oh, no, that's how you skip. I don't know how the I don't know these controls. Tragic ends do have CGs. Ah. For extra guilt. For extra guilt. What? Oh man. Is he okay? Wish you knew about this happening, so it seemed like he believed. So what happened with that student? Did you talk him down? It seemed like he had some pent-up stress related to his home life. There's bad ends and tragic ends. I just thought you would want to know. Is that... Are there good ends? Hold on. You can either mess up or absolutely blow it. Okay. I got his parents involved and talked it out. It seems like he understood he was wrong. Just to be safe, I think I should swing by and check on them for a few days. There is a single good end for each route. Did you play every single end? It sounds like you have. Oh no. Yeah, that'd be good. A lot of those guys forget what they did after they calm down. Yeah, babe. Yeah. I have all bad endings and tragic ones and all goods. Sounds like a yes. What the okay. As long as he didn't pull the trigger, there's still time for him to change. You saved a young man who lost his way. Good job. Yeah. That's not right at all. You're trying to teach me for a long time, Mochida. I apologize for making you worry. Really, there's no excuse for that. Stifling my deep guilt, I bowed my head. Guilt. We were going to die. I played all there is of this game, so good luck. How do you save state in this? Oh no. I definitely need some save states. Hey, as long as you're alright, it's fine. I was running pretty late too. However, I really want to see what happens if we kill ourselves at the beginning. Oh, really? Yeah, somehow I managed to misplace the keys to my patrol car. Mochida. I was honestly a little shocked to realize how easy it was to imagine this scenario. It's probably not like that. I'm perfectly organized. Probably. Uh-huh. Well, she was kind of clumsy, so it wasn't that unusual for him to lose things. While I was caught up in his mess, he was trying to find his keys. That was just made me exhausted. I hauled ass to get over here, you know? But by the time I arrived, there weren't any suspicious people in the area. The report about a scuffle might have just been a prank call. Yeah, prank. It's just a prank, bro. That's true. But just to be on the safe side, let's do a round in the car before we go back. There might be some more hooligans like that one guy you found earlier trying to flee the area. Yes, sir. After that, we drove around for a while in Mochida's patrol car. We didn't see any fleeing youths around, nor did we discover anyone or anything. They seemed to be related to X-Day. How do I quit? I guess I can't quit in the middle of a talking, but I feel like it's just talking. It's just all talking. I don't know. How do I leave? To the station, I went to file a report, picked up a pen and tried putting it in paper, but my hand wouldn't move. Working in listening to citizens writing reports, that was my daily life. But the X-Day cases, even in this office, I'd never had direct contact with them. We've only provided info to investigations. Still, I raised my hand to feel my neck. It really happened. Like a stylish choker. Nothing felt wrong with my body anymore, but the collar put the fear of death into me. According to those criminals, they're monitoring me right now. A small misstep could cost me my life. That thought made my hands tremble. I still think that way. I could suspect that something's happened. I need to act normal. I just have to do what I always do. Just as I psych myself up, I suddenly remembered that voice.
大丈夫だ。絶対に助ける。
Creep. It'll be alright, he said. His strong voice repeated in my head. Right. He's IG Yanagi, a former cop. I should verify his story. I turned on the monitor to my PC. Click the icon to access the database. Restricted to police personnel. Detailed information will be classified, but I can find out where he was assigned. I selected the search field and typed in Yanagi IG and...
Hoshino.
Hoshino? Oop. What? Whoa. I turned around in a panic. Psyche was standing right there. Ah, this is Psyche! I quickly moved my mouse and effectively closed the search page. You're still at work? You're still at work? Am I not supposed to be? There was an urgent call earlier, so I got sent out to respond to it. That's right. I remember that Moshi mentioned that. So now I have to write another report. So I stuck out. Wait, I've been stuck at work this whole time. Wait, long day, huh? Yep. Speaking of which, you're still here, too. I thought you left a long time ago. I got caught up in something, too. It wasn't anything important. I need to write an report about what happened, so I came back to the station. Sounds like a rough day all around. Sure are a lot of calls today, don't you think? Well, I won't keep you any further. Just saw you and popped in to say hi. Okay. Okay. How many times do we have to say hi today? Come on. You aren't bothered. Wait, you aren't bothering me at all. You actually cheered me up a bit. Uchiha, Psyche. They're the same constant, reliable people that they've always been. Now that I'm in this crazy situation, I'm especially glad that those two are always there for me. Well, that's nice of you to say. But if late nights are taking a toll on you, when I asked Moshida to let you off early. No, I don't think I need to. Maybe you can only exit during chapter breaks? Oh god. That would suck. No, I don't think I need to. I'm just throwing the idea out there. Despite his looks, Moshida's a pretty reliable guy. Besides, you look pretty beat. You don't say. Also, the collar? Do we still have that on? I mean, you know, can you see it? Probably not. We're just always wearing a scarf. That's our thing now. Yeah. I'm trying to fool a colleague's eyes. Let's see, you haven't had dinner, have you? Oh my god. I had a light meal. Well, it's obviously wasn't enough. Your body needs fuel to do all that hard work. You gotta eat enough, and you gotta eat right. Psyche, I'm not a pig like you. A pig? Rude? I'm not that fat, you know? Actually, you look a little skinny, to be honest. Psyche appraised his belly fat level while grousing at me. Grousing? Hey, don't me laugh. You're always intruding on my life, so I have to pay attention to my figure. Sure, and when you get fat, I'll be a good friend and let you know. It goes for you too. Don't mince words. Be ready for it. After leveling that panting shot. Wait, parting shot. What, panting? Leveling that parting shot, Psyche jogged off. I can still laugh while talking to Psyche. Classmates bonds are powerful. Nothing had changed, but I felt like I could at least look ahead now. I turned back to the workstation and entered Yanagi ID once again. And there's my superior. Nope. He apparently started in a local jurisdiction and was assigned to Headquarters Investigation Section 1 4 years ago. Jurisdiction is an area that a certain public safety division is in charge of. In this case, it refers to the Shinjuku Department Management of the Shinjuku District. This term is usually used by people of the Metropolitan Police Department who were dispatched here. Okay. So he did work in Investigation Section 1. But he quit the force this year. Huh? What's that sound? I don't think that came from me. He's 28. He should have had a long long career ahead. None of the available information on him indicated that any problems had come up. He seemed like the most collected of the three, like someone you could count on. Frankly speaking, I didn't want to believe he was involved in anything related to X-Day. But all the X-Day incidents so far had been large events using video sharing sites. Would they give advance notice to specific people? I still don't know why they targeted me, so Sasasuga's suspicions about me aren't baseless. There was just too much I didn't know. There's only so much I can learn on my own. I need to talk to Yanagi and the others. I didn't know when Yanagi's group would get me, so I texted my little brother to say I might have to stay at the station overnight. Sleeping at the office, I see. How do we sleep with this collar on? Oh god. As I turned my report to Mochida, I began drowsily nodding off at my desk. I've come to escort you, my captive princess. Well, I guess you're sleeping beauty now. Hey. Everyone's so creepy. What is that line? I looked in the direction of the voice and gazed upon a man in a white coat. You are... I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself first. Shiraishi. Police issue something like that. My name is Kagayuki Shiraishi. I run the field ops support team for Shinjuku Station. Nice to meet you. Is... Oh, hello. Shima Hoshino. Special Regions Crime Prevention Local Office. Alright, that was your name. Okay. I heard that CSIs have been temporarily assigned to Shinjuku Station to deal with the X-Day cases. CSIs. Crime scene investigations are forensic scientists who primarily study evidence left behind during a crime. Originally, the CSIs were not with the police force and did not have the authority to investigate matters. Over recent years, CSIs can head directly to the scene of the crime to assist in the investigation. Oh. So he's one of them. Like he told me once before that the field operations support team, aka field support, was full of eccentrics. It feels like everyone in this game's a little too eccentric. I don't know. Those hair clips. That cat tie pin. Wait, where? Oh, there it is. I can barely see it. It does look rather odd. I go do odd duties? Enjoy the cute boys? I will try. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, Fox. But why is field support coming to talk to SRCPO? I don't think there's anything here for field support to pick up. As I said, I'm here to pick you up. Wait, what? What? You still don't get it? I guess I'll have to use my last resort. Shiraishi. Eh? Shiraishi. I think that makes more sense. Shiraishi. Yeah, no, Shiraishi. Like white stone. Then mouth a word at me without making a sound. Color. My mind came to an immediate halt. Not another word. Do you want to die? Quiet, or else you'll die, you know. Remind me of the voice from before. I started trembling. You're trembling, how cute. We can relax now. You won't die, even though I know. My job is to take you over to their hideout. Finally, I understood what Yanagi meant when he said, "They come and get me." So there's more than 3 of them. They have somebody in the station working with them. You're probably feeling hesitant, after all. You're in a pretty odd situation. He didn't even know my name. He just knows, yeah, get that girl. Get that girl with the collar. Wait, where's my collar, actually? I don't see it. Wait, what? I feel like it would have been, you know, quite a bit more bulky. Hmm? Hey, how does it feel to know that you could basically die at any moment? Come on, tell me. Tell you? The man flashed a pretty smile. I sensed something unfathomable from him. Is that really something someone would ask, knowing the situation I'm in? My speechlessness only seemed to cause Shiraishi's grin to widen. You won't tell me? Not too bad. Sounds so interesting. Interesting? Well, that's the last thing I call this. Really? Think about it. It's not every day that you come face to face with death. You could. If you're into that, I don't know. So, I'm really interested in you. I want to lock you up and study you all day. Creepy. That was supposed to be a joke, right? Who can say? With a suggestive smile, he finally let go of my finger. Well, let's go see Yanagi. When you're ready, come to field support. Do I have to date one of them? Do I have to shoot? I hate my odds here. Without waiting for my response, Shiraishi left. What in the world was that? As I started to think, I touched my neck. I won't solve anything by sitting here and thinking. I need to meet Yanagi's group. I got ready to leave and proceeded to head out to the door with a plate that read, "Good Operation Support." I took a deep breath and knocked.
Hi.
Yes? A female voice answered. Let's go. Sorry for the wait. Can I help? Good evening. I'm Hima? Chima Hoshinova. Wait, Hoshino. From the Special Region Crime Prevention Office. It's not unusual for SRCPO to come knocking here. Please issue Crime Lab Shinjuku Station Field Op Support. Erika Mukai. I'm Erika Mukai. Or Eriko. Eriko. Okay. Eriko. Eriko. No, I like Erika better. I take care of Director Shiraishi. Director? That guy's actually a big shot? And... Oh, I have business with Mr. Shiraishi. Is he it? The director. A moment, please. Oi, what are you trying to say about me? The guy disappeared into the room. And then... Director, you have a guest. It's rude to make her wait, so you better get out here right away. Actually, why didn't you just wait for me? I feel like this is unnecessary. You're awfully rude. Who'd you say takes care of whom? Oh, was that unbecoming of me? It is the truth. Yeah. We'll just leave it at that. Well then, we'll be off. Good work today, Mukai. And you too, sir. Excuse us. We were walking together, Shinichi simply looked forward silently. We hadn't known each other very long, so we didn't have much to discuss. The awkwardness on top of the situation was getting agonizing, so I tried to initiate small talk with him. So Miss Mukai called you director back at the station. Yeah, it's just a rank. You cops have them too, don't you? Like officer, sergeant, or inspector? Is inspector really a rank? I feel like that's just a title. Yeah. The people in the crime lab work for the police, but they aren't police officers. So that didn't explain how Shiraishi had become a director. I might have been impolite to Shiraishi when he came to see me at the SRCPO. Oh my god. But he was acting really weird too. What's wrong? It's nothing. Are you that surprised that I'm the director? Not at all. I was just oh, whoops. Oh, really? A shady-looking character like me doesn't fit your image of a director. No, it doesn't, pretty boy. No. I never said that. That just means that you were thinking it, weren't you? No, that's how it is, I see. You judge people based on their appearances. Well, I do the same, so it's not bad. Help. I tried to lie to him, but all I did was dig my own grave. I wish he wasn't so critical of other people, too. When I heard he was a director, I expected more from him, so I was a little disappointed. Before long, we reached an intersection a good distance from the police station. We paused to wait for the signal. I heard a heavy sigh next to him. My goodness, I wish I could just keep studying you with no one else around to interrupt. Oh my god, get me out. Study? Something felt off about him the moment we met. I finally realized that I was like an interesting lab subject to him. He obviously he's enjoying this, while my life hangs in a balance. I determined not to be jerked around. I changed the subject. We're already outside of Shinjuku Station, so I should be able to ask about the others. Hey, I won't be answering any questions about Yanagi and friends, okay? Do I even need to talk? He just knows what I'm saying. I don't know. Huh? I was stunned that I was denied so abruptly. Are you surprised that I read your mind? How did you know? It's my job. I study people in order to analyze your actions. You're a profiler? Correct. I look at data and build criminal profiles. Attempt to see into their minds. That's what profiling is. More and more investigations have utilized a profiler recently. Critical psychology analysis that provides the state of the crime scene, evidence, and other information to try to formulate the motives of the perpetrator. Okay. Motives, you know, occupation, probably. I don't know, maybe looks. Yeah, something like that. Profiler. Those annoying by-the-book investigators from Section 1 don't really let me do what I want. Shiraishi sighed, disappointment on his face. Well, this might be perfect timing. If I don't take a break soon, I'm probably going to snap. Slightly frightened by Shiraishi's cheerful tone, I've revisited into the topic. When you figured out what I was thinking, did you analyze me? I didn't need to do that. You're just easy to read. That's not true. What do you mean? Look, you can, the text is right there. It absolutely is. The whole time we've been talking, you've been bothered by me, so we haven't been able to have a good conversation. Not wrong. Prove that you just try and break the ice by trying to initiate conversation. Typically, people in that frame of mind attempt to make small talk. If we worked in the same department, you try and talk shop, but we don't. The most common topic you'd have left would be mutual acquaintances. I'd say your most likely course of action would be to ask about my relation to Yanagi's group. No, you could ask, you know, what he does. I don't know. We know he's a director and all, but you know, some more specifics would be nice. I don't know. Or maybe, you know, what's his favorite color or something. I don't know. Yeah. It would get rid of the awkward silence. Get information you wanted. It'd be ideal. Anyway, I won't delve into any details into Yanagi. Shiraishi had completely unraveled my exact thought process. Kinda feels like he's making a fool out of me. Nah, he's making a fool of himself. I don't know. I'm not impressed. Oh, don't make that pouty face. Analysis is just an disease of mine. Or occupational disease of mine. Besides, I'm actually rather fond of that transparent unreservedness of yours. That can't be a compliment. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Next. Where's the next boy? That's not it at all. Actually, wait, that was all 5, wasn't it? Those 3, this guy, and then my friend from college or something, from uni. That's not it at all. I guess I should say you're so cute. You're dumb. Thanks. Eh? I blew past fear and was just astonished. No, at how thoroughly he could read my thoughts. The light changed and Shiraishi walked away. We've been talking for like 5 minutes. That light took a while. I intentionally fell behind, allowing a bit of distance between us as we talked. Next day! Okay. After that, we arrived at a corner that was lined with old buildings. This area was lively earlier, but it was now utterly devoid of foot traffic and shrouded by ominous darkness. We're here. Shiraishi points to the building with shuttered windows on the first floor. On the 5th floor of this building, Yanagi and the others have been awaiting your arrival. I don't expect much of a welcome. Oh, you just thought I was lying, didn't you? You wound me, madame. Madame. He would be the one to, wear a fedora, to be honest. Just thought I was lying, didn't you? No, I didn't. I mean, why would he be lying? He already knew everything. He knew everything. Eh? Yeah, I was lying. Anyway, one thing before you go. Wait, what? What is it? What could it be now? Seeing my obvious apprehension, Shiraishi chuckled. From now on, don't think me as a superior. Meaning? There's no hierarchy of the police department. Just another member of the team. I don't think that's the case, but I see. Yep, well, let's go in. Wait, let's go. No time like the present. I darted after Shiraishi, who had suddenly entered the building. Then I noticed the tenant's nameplate. 5th floor detective agency? Just as a name. Don't worry about it. If you don't hurry up, you'll fall behind. Yes, sir. What? I suddenly ran up the stairs after Shiraishi hit in a panic. What? And then... Oh, this is nice and cozy. I finally set foot in a destination for the evening. You came. Just sit wherever you like. Okay. In the room were the 3 men I met at Shinjuku Garden, along with Shiraishi. Their expressions were all different, but I felt that they were all sizing me up. I couldn't help but feel unwelcome. You could cut the tension with a knife. Pardon me? At a loss for what to do, I took a seat on the sofa nearest me and watched Yanagi. The mood seemed a bit chiller than it was during our first encounter. This atmosphere is so heavy. Just then, Shiraishi emerged from behind a partition with a cup of coffee. He sat down in front of me and then slowly took a seat next to Yanagi on the arm of the sofa. I need to figure out how to, quit if I ever want to do that. I know I looked at the controls, but I skimmed through them. I was like, this is too much. Every button does something. It's okay. They're all good guys despite their looks. Define good. I hope that's true. Just spit it out so we can be done with this. We don't have time to waste on you. Sasazuka coldly prodded me to speak, without even glancing up from the computer that he was using. I'm pretty sure the collar is just, you know, what's it? A bug. It's bugged. She's gonna listen to your every move. You want to get out of here, don't you? True, but now, you won't get anything out of her if you're going to be a grouch. We came all this way to be free from prying eyes, after all. Wouldn't be a good opportunity. Wouldn't now be a good opportunity to examine her collar. Shiraishi, don't tell me you brought her here just for that. I sure did. What's the problem with that? I knew he was enjoying this. My gloomy mood abruptly turned to anger. I didn't have the luxury of being toyed with right now. I was not in the mood. Wait, let me just... Oop. Okay. I couldn't just simply trust people who would let Shiraishi behave like this. Open my mouth to vent my roiling indignation. That's a phrase. Why don't we introduce ourselves first? We may very well end up all working together soon. I don't know if I want to be honest. Just leave the color on me. It's not gonna kill me, right? Right. The shock from both the statement and being interrupted made my eyes go wide. Working together? What do you mean? Without answering my question, Yanagi simply laid a sheet of paper on the table. When I picked it up, I saw it was written with the same red lettering as her earlier note. We have seen that you possess the skill to assist Chima Hoshino. She is one of our sympathizers, and a woman with the potential to inherit our will, so treat her with courtesy. Should any harm come to her, we'll have no choice but to kill you all. Calling me a sympathizer and threatening them? I was racked with shock. Racked with fear and confusion. My hands trembled, but I kept reading. The note continued. Nonetheless, we bear no ill will towards your group. On the contrary, we prefer to join hands. No, I don't think I will. You who question the form of righteousness that the police cling to would surely find our concept of justice more agreeable. Of course, we do not expect you to be persuaded by mere words. So please try and grasp the truth of the X-Day incidents. Discover our true intentions. You have until midnight on January 1st. We'll be watching you via Chima Hoshino. I am literally their ears. Naruhodo. What on earth do these people want? Joining hands? I mean, these people are potentially murderers too? And there's not a word about the collar. It said they'd be watching through me. So I'm going to be wearing it forever? Disturbed, I put down the letter. Sasasuka spoke instantly, as if he was waiting for me. So now that we know there's a high probability that you're connected to the culprits. What? I can say the same for you. What? Don't go assuming that on your own. I raised my voice at him without thinking. But I didn't join the X-Day thugs at all. So I couldn't let unchecked accusations stand. It doesn't seem like she's lying. Yeah, well, you know, that's just like your opinion, man. Oh my god, I can't believe they used that line. We don't know anything for sure. Yeah, that's just your opinion, man. Oh, it's pretty unusual for you to contradict me, Enomoto. Huh? No, I wasn't trying to criticize you, Shiraishi. It's just, there's some people here who can't see through lies, is all. We don't know what type of person she is. Enomoto looked glum. Enomoto looked glum. Seeing that gave me a different image of him than I had earlier. They had their own set of unfortunate circumstances, but that doesn't mean I can't let them pin this all on me. You don't know what the criminal wants, but... So, like, we know. I sat on a sofa and looked at Yanagi He nodded in understanding. We can't theorize until eternity. Let's hear what she has to say first. Wait, we can theorize until eternity. Okay, yeah, here we go. Hoshino, could you tell us in detail what happened back in Shinjuku Garden? Yes. I mentioned justice in his letter. When a criminal spoke to me through the collar, they were fixated on justice too. When a collar was put on me, the criminal spoke to me with just a little bit. For just a little bit. Come on, the battery's gonna run out eventually, right? I felt like I was being interrogated. As I stated, I had no clue why I was targeted. I didn't understand the criminal's claims, and as a police officer, I'd done no wrong. I understand what you're saying. We don't have any solid evidence that connects you to the criminals other than their word. We can't just assume you're one with them. I mean, you could. Yanagi? Enomoto, you know she is a spy. Did we reveal any intel to the criminals that would cause any problems for us? Yes, but you know, in the future. Also, he's Mr. Chuni with that eye patch. Let's go. Feel free to suspect her if you want. I feel like we won't get anywhere until we trust her. I mean, she's literally wearing a microphone. I don't know. Our pursuit of the X-Day incident is important, but we should also look at that collar of yours. Couldn't they just, you know, give me an earpiece or earpiece? They can talk to me through that, and you know, they wouldn't hear it at all. Anyway, our pursuit of the X-Day incident is important, but we should also look at that collar of yours. Hoshino, even though it was unintentional on your part, that collar is a great lead on the criminals. I say we should make use of whatever we have. I'm also sure that you aren't going to be able to relax until we do something about it. I'm surprised you could sleep. That's true. He's actually concerned for my safety. Even though the collar and his ties to the culprits was what they were interested in, I was still very heartening to hear him actually worry about my well-being. If you're going to examine the collar, I need to mention something. A sudden voice made itself known and directed everybody's attention to my collar. I told you! They're always listening! It is futile to attempt to remove the collar. If you insist on trying, we cannot guarantee her safety. Nah, seems like empty threats. Do it! You have to examine it, but if you do anything to inconvenience us, you will also be putting her life in jeopardy. Please investigate the X-Day incidents. Once you learn the truth, I'm sure you will exact your form of justice. Have they not, you know, tried, like, sliding, you know, like a, you know, heavy, thick, like a thick piece of metal between the collar and my neck? I don't know. So, you know, I don't just die. Or something. No? I don't know, man. I don't know. To learn whether or not you believe it is right to oppose our will. Wait. You'll learn whether or not you believe it is right to oppose our will. That's a bit of a strange sentence, but okay. So, what was them? Was that just... Wait, was that them just now? A warning or a threat, one might say? If I had to wait until we'd all gathered, I sure crave the spotlight. Shouldn't someone be recording this? You're recording our conversations, you know, try and pick apart his voice, you know, try and reverse engineer. See what his real voice is. Or, you know, analyzing some, you know, details in the background that would lead to their what is it? Their conviction, I guess. Hoshino, are you alright? Yes, sorry. The criminals are monitoring everything about me through the collar. It was the first time they contacted me since I was paralyzed. It was literally a day after, isn't it? It looks like they wanted everyone to be sure that they're always watching. I started to feel that this was hopeless. I wrung my hands in my lap.
ま、手を取り合いたいなんて言われてもね。
But working together with them is definitely off the table. Even though we all quit. We were cops once, right? I looked up. All of you were police? I did verify that Yanagi was a former officer. And Oto and Sasazuka. Were you two also police officers? I feel like that's the easy assumption to make. I don't know why she didn't try and look them up. Anyway. Well... Dumbass. Should I just sew your mouth shut? My tongue just slipped. Just one slip. So it's true, then. When I pressed him on it, Enomoto looked to Yanagi in a plea for support. We can't hide it, can we? All she has to do is look us up at the station. Right, we should get this over with. You two introduce yourself to Hoshino. After all, we're probably going to be seeing her a lot more often now. Roger that. Enomoto quietly cleared his throat. Then he turned to me and made eye contact. Took a deep breath. Perk up your ears and listen well. Formerly assigned to Field Ops Team 2. Before you stands a kabuki mono, rivaling Keiji Maeda. The Field Operations Unit is the enforcement arm of the Metropolitan Police Department and regional police officers. They are mainly in charge of important cases. Mineo Enomoto was a member of the Field Ops Team 2. Mineo. Kabuki mono. Were flamboyant, flashy samurai, prevalent during the end of the Warring States period to the early Edo periods. They were known for their ostentatious manners and style. Okay. Interesting. The crooks I've arrested are without number. A shining silver samurai worth 1,000 cops. A paragon standing alone. Beneath the stars. He seems to think very highly of himself, huh? That is I, Mineo Enomoto. Don't you forget it, rookie. I'm not impressed. I am not impressed. To be fair, the way he acts towards what was the other name? The black hair guy? Yeah, he seems his personality doesn't seem to match his image. I don't know. At least the image that he's trying to portray. Shinjuku Station, formerly Shinjuku Station, Field Ops Team 2. Why all the kabuki mannerisms? Did you say he was a kabuki mono? Hey, you don't need to humor him. I don't know if he's got a talent or a condition, but he's a subject I like to observe at a distance. Right. Don't mind him, Hoshino. That's just how Enomoto hides his nerves. He's just a bit of an awkward guy. Paragon of nincompoops, more like. Oh yeah? I will not tolerate any further slights. Anyway, it's your turn, Takeru. Takeru Sasazuki. Wait, Sasazuka. I can read the rest. I was in the Cypher Crimes Division. Takeru Sasazuka. That's all. Oh, thanks. Free intro. The Cyber Crimes Division is a part of the Safety Department of the Metropolitan Police Department. It deals with the high-tech crimes, such as illegal system access and information technology crimes. Do we not have, like, engineers in here? I don't know, man. I feel like he would be the best, to look at the collar. Okay. Enomoto's introduction was so dynamic that this feels somewhat lacking. Thinking back to what I had overheard in the office, I remember hearing about cybercrime prevention a few times. Actually, well, cybercrime is a little different than real crime. Yeah. Real crime. Physical crime? If I recall correctly, that division was quite difficult to get into. The skills must be the real deal if he got in at his age. Was he like 12? I don't know, he looks kind of young. Anyway, it couldn't be a coincidence that anyone here was related to the police. Is the reason you all quit the force because you questioned the righteousness of the police like the letter mentioned? I knew I was prying, but I figured I might as well take a shot. Sasuke and Enomoto averted their eyes. Maybe they didn't want to talk about it. Only Yanagi looked at me in the eyes and answered my question. It's true that we all quit for our own individual reasons. I couldn't follow the department's policy. I wouldn't be able to solve the case as a police officer. Yep. Edgy backstory. Let's go. So I left it. I've continued to pursue it on my own. I see. They obviously all had their own baggage. That's why all these fellow ex-officers had gravitated to each other to pursue the case. I can understand that much. How do you even find people like that? I don't understand. Hey, setting you three aside for a moment, do you think those bad guys, including me when they were talking about joining hands? Shinichi spoke flippantly, while waving the note around, as to break the tense mood. Oh, right. In his own eccentric way, Shinichi brought up a very valid point. Shinichi, you still work with the police, so how did you know about all this? If the messages are to be trusted, I'll be killed as the police know about this. Somehow the first letter, the one that said you would die, was slipped into some case files I was handling. What? They were documents I got from Section 1. They were addressed to a detective agency. So I, as a member of this agency, took it to the others, and then we found you. Ah, naruhodo. Wait, why is he a member of this agency? He didn't quit yet. Why are you, what? Woman would die if the police found out, right? Obviously, I can call it in. He smiled as he said that. It seemed to me that he was more amused than concerned. Actually, did they say she would die? In that letter? I don't remember. Anyway, it still doesn't feel right to me that a current police employee is involved here. So the letter lied. You can tell the police, you know, just him. The second letter you just saw was left on the table in his office after we found you at Shinjuku Garden. It was left here. Well, that's not concerning at all. Should probably change the locks. I don't know. Install some cameras. I feel like they're very unprepared as police officers. I don't know if I want to trust them with my life, to be honest. To be fair, all we have to really do is, you know, nothing. And then we'll be okay, right? At least for the time being. Huh? The first letter was a notice. The second was deliberately planted here after they confirmed my rescue. The first letter leads me to believe someone currently in Investigations HQ was involved. Oh man, more reading. This organization is set up at the police headquarters or the police in particular jurisdictions when a serious crime has been committed. In Shinjuku, it refers to the X-Day Incidents Investigations Headquarters. Oh man. My throat is actually like dying. There's so much to read. But to leave the second letter here in this office. Okay, actually? Okay, after this conversation, I'm gonna try and look up some controls. Hopefully we can, you know, save and get it. Make sure we can get back into this. But to leave the second letter here in this office. Did the person who put this collar on me come here before the others had returned? That seemed unrealistic. Culprit would have needed to track those three to avoid encountering them. What's suspicious is there's too many possibilities, but one suspicion within my mind grew. Notice has been added to materials. Letters from Adonis have been added to materials. Okay, we can do our own stuff, hopefully. Well, lady, who's been turned into a pet cat, can we examine your collar? They know me too well. I don't know. My head snapped to attention after I heard Sasazuka's sudden remark. Sasazuka. Sasazuka. Ah, I get used to that. Yanagi, Sasazuka, what's the other guy? Onomoto? Onomoto? Now hold on a second. Why are you calling me a pet cat? Did you see? There's a picture of a cat on your collar. I don't think we can, actually look down at it. I can't see my own neck, can I? What? I didn't want people to see the collar, so I've done my best to hide it. Also, one of the standard X-Day calling cards, a coin, was left at the site where you went down. The coins have the same cat motif as your collar, with anemone flowers in the back. Anemone? Adonis had adopted this as its symbol. The flower contains a chemical called ranunculin. Is that right? Which enzymatically breaks down into the toxic proto-anemonin. Oh my god. In a Fouriograph, it has the meaning of fleeting dream or fading hope. I took in like 1% of that. Okay, anyway. Some of the terrorist group claimed responsibility for X-Day, Adonis. You've probably seen it before. Yeah? I had Shiraishi examine it back at the station. The same as the coins that have been left at the other crime scenes. But there wasn't a Roman numeral counting down to X-Day this unique. Or this time. Wait, what? This unique? Where'd I even get that from? Eh? If this was to be the December incident, then there should be a I written there. It was just a collar. If it was just a collar, we could possibly dismiss this as a copycat crime. What this coin means. The perpetrator is related to the X-Day cases, without a doubt. But, someone could copy them, make their own eventually. Don't steal my line, man. I was building up to the best part. Like I care. It's your own fault for squandering the moment. Coin and Roman numeral has been added to materials. I sort of felt bad for Enomoto. Enomoto. Not Onomoto. Enomoto. Okay. But I also really didn't think this was the time. Somebody related to X-Day put the collar around my neck. That means finding out who did this will be no easy task. You thought it would be easy? So really dumb? The entire police force. Man, there's like a bug flying around. Ah, stop it. Leave me alone. The entire police force was investigating X-Day and they've gone nowhere. There's only so much headway I'd be able to make on my own. So the collar? Can we see it? Huh? Sasasuka raised his voice again. Irritated, I sat there, not understanding the question. The voice from the collar said that we were free to examine it. No, but isn't that a bad idea? It said that they'd kill her if we caused any trouble for them. They'll kill her if we try to take it off. We're also free to examine it. It's obviously a difference, idiots. He's a bit of an ass, isn't he? The other guy's sort of not the brightest. Yeah. Sharp is still in the shed? Nope. So what does that mean? It's a test. We're daring us to figure out what we can. I think the risk is too great. I don't understand how they think yet, so we shouldn't take any unnecessary risks. You can still, look at it. Huh? I won't be tracking anything. We can at least check it for the type of EM waves coming out of the collar. Tracking is act of intruding into a computer network or system, destroying or modifying the system with the intent of extracting personal gain from the act. Crackers are also known as black hat hackers. It wouldn't hurt to see just what kind of countermeasures they built into. It's wasn't able to keep up with the conversation at all. Yeah, no, Hoshino's not great either. Not in that regard. Maybe we go with the red hair guy after all. Honestly, he's the I was gonna say this guy's probably better, but he's just an ass. Okay, if you say to leave it to be, I will. We can just go back to pursuing the case. Yeah, the same case you've been following. How much progress have you made on that, by the way? Hoshino, we can trust Sasuga. You want to let him take a look. It's not dangerous, is it? The criminal's goal isn't to kill you. It'll be okay as long as we obey the rules. You understand? Yes. They say we're free to examine the collar. As Sasuga said. Sasuga. For sure we won't find them. But we should at least get a sense of his general structure, because I think it'll be important. And he was persuasive. They could kill me whenever they felt like it. So there had to be a reason they hadn't yet. There was a weakness we could exploit. And that was a weakness we could exploit. I won't say that this is without a risk. It's your life at stake, so we won't force you. Make up your mind. I'll wait 10 seconds. Are they going to force me or not? 10 seconds. What's wrong with this guy? If you wait longer, and I'll decide for you. There was poison in the collar. I've been able to relax since it was put on. I don't know when I'll be killed. If that's the case, please do it, Sasuga. And please don't provoke them. I had no idea how he would examine it. I didn't know anything about his skills. I thought it was a right call because Yanagi said we'd be collaborating from now on. Too late. 10 seconds was up a while ago. Wow, man. You never waited for anyone. That was not 10 seconds, but okay. Life is on the line after all. Yeah, my life. Oi. Please, Sasuga. Got it. Sasuga was fiddling on his computer. I couldn't move a millimeter. Would the final string of pain come? Would the collar miraculously fall free? Nope, and nope. Of course, Sasuga stopped typing, and the clacking of the keyboard ceased. Well, I got the gist of it. He got that from looking at his computer. What? Huh? A complete failure, eh? Must have been pretty sophisticated, if even you can deal with it, Sasuga. Seriously, man? Takeru, didn't you get any info at all? Shut up. I said I got the gist of it. So which is it? Sasuga speaks vaguely when he's frustrated. So he has no idea. Alright. Yep. We're dead. It's advanced. I could penetrate the security if I was prepared to break it, but she'll die if I do. Eh? How do you even know this? What? Well, learning that its security is impervious to you is a different type of success, yeah? He does have a point. One more thing. It doesn't have a camera. I just forgot to do something. There we go. One more thing. It doesn't have a camera. Oh, that's great intel. It's expected from genius hacker Takeru-kun. I'll post what you have on your PC. Yeah. Please don't do that. Anything but that. That felt very out of place. Okay. I don't get all of it, but the collar didn't react to whatever he tried. I wouldn't die from anything that he did. I could take some relief from that at least. Still, Even a programmer as skilled as Sasuga was unable to glean any valuable information. So it won't come off easy. No need to be so disappointed. The collar's connected to X-Day, so it should lead us to the other clues down the road. I nodded in response to Yanagi's concern. Hey, give me your phone. I didn't notice Sasuga had gotten so close. I jumped at hearing his voice so near. My phone? Yes, you. Your phone. Hurry up. Why? I just need to do as he says. Sasuga is nearly at the limits of his patience. I mean, what is he gonna do? It's not like he can do anything to me. Yeah, touch me. I dare you. I know the police. I am the police. In confusion, I looked pleadingly to Yanagi, and he just nodded in resignation. You were put to sleep at Shinjuku Garden. During that time, they might have bugged you. We're already bugged. Does it matter if we're bugged again? Eh? I mean, I literally can't go anywhere without them hearing. Come on. I quickly took out my phone. Sasuga immediately snatched it away. Hey. Do you understand anything? Unless people spell it out for you? Pain in the ass. With that, he took my phone and went back to his desk. Maybe a little on the slow side, but none of these people tell me anything. Yes, they're also asses. Especially Sasuga. But the others obviously knew what he wanted, so I probably just wasn't following him. I stifled my protests and sat quietly, watching Sasuga go to work. So how's the weather? It's like security's riddled with holes. With that brief comment, Sasuga tossed my phone back to me. I looked at the screen and saw that a sketchy-looking app had been installed in my phone. Seriously? Anyway, I don't know what he did, but he blocked the phone tap that they were using for interception, I think. In this context, interception is when someone receives a wireless transmission that was not meant for you without the permission of the third party. Even when you aren't unconscious, people still have ways of spying on you. What? I mean, I don't think this collar is tied to my consciousness, but okay. Eh? It was correct, but he was being such an ass, but I couldn't just accept what he said. Sasuga's people skills need some work, but his skills are sound. Just let it slide. His words did nothing to reassure me. I only felt more uneasy around this group. I'll go back to investigating the August case, and the perps are asking us to. Is everybody here investigating the X-Day incidents? But how? God, shut up already. Use your brain for once, you stupid cat. Yeah, no, he's just an ass. What the hell was that for? When your emotions run high, you really do resemble a cat with its fur on and... Eh? Is that what we're calling her now? But I am cat. You're not listening to me at all. Investigate this case on their own. They all must have considerable skills. But I didn't feel any concern for me or any sense of cooperation from them. Maybe it's because they suspect me, but I really just want to know what's happening. I shot a pleading look at Yanagi. He sighed. Each of us are investigating different cases. Each of them is X-Day cases. I'm researching the incidents as a whole. Enomoto is on April and May. Sasuga is on August, as you mentioned, and Shiraishi is on September and October. I think they should, work on cases that suit their needs, but okay. Like suit their skill sets? Or, anyway. September and October. I thought the September suspect died and nothing actually happened in October, did it? Do you really think that nothing happened in October, despite all their talk about a countdown? There's something off about that. There's suspicions about the very thing, even at the station. The countdown video was issued for October, but no relevant incidents have been reported. But you have to work on the cases that you've been assigned by the police department, don't you? Oh, I do my job. I do all the work I'm given, that is. Out here, there's no red tape. I'm free to investigate whatever I want. Are you really allowed to do that? As a police employee? Did I tell you? I'm not a police employee here. I'm one of Yanagi's precious teammates. Team members. Stop saying precious. It's creepy. You want to talk? Okay. Come on now. Don't be a stranger. But yeah, it's creepy. It's very creepy. Yeah. I don't understand what's happening here. I have many more questions, but it felt like I wouldn't get any answers from Shiraishi. Would definitely give me some kind of flippant response or spout sophisms? Sophisms? Anyway, I must solve the problem I've been given. Some of everything I've learned so far. The culprits who attacked me were undoubtedly related to X Day. I was gonna say indubitably, but you know, that actually does work too. Those criminals just were aware that Yanagi's group of ex-officers were investigating X Day. On top of that, they were pushed into a course of action that possibly led me to join them. The criminals claimed that this group that was investigating the case had the same ideals as the criminals. But still, that doesn't explain Shiraishi, who's still employed by the police. He said that he discovered the first letter and took it to Yanagi. I couldn't imagine that he just did that of his own volition. It would have been easy for Shiraishi to plant the letter in his office. In this office. Shiraishi burst into laughter when he saw me looking at him with narrowed eyes. You really are easy to read, aren't you? Are you suspecting me now? If he is charged, well, that's what I get for trying to hide it. Might as well. I was a little scared, but I screwed up my courage and just said what I was thinking. Shiraishi, you're obviously taking an awful lot of pleasure in my reactions. Why wouldn't I be suspicious of you? Very true. If I was with the criminals, you might have forced me to hit this trigger. I was trying to kill you right now. I saw Shiraishi's eyes narrow, and I instinctively flinched. Seriously? Stop it. Wait, stop teasing her, Shiraishi. Oh. He actually says Shiraishi. 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 Okay. Okay, I guess we'll just call him that now. Hoshino isn't a toy for you to play with. Yeah, please keep telling him that. Well, you say that. She's just so much fun to scare. He's just screwing with me. I was done letting this jerk rile me up. I shot a hostile glance towards Yanagi, who spoke very deliberately. This is all we can tell you for now. We'll investigate all the incidents. What are you going to do? Everyone turned to look at me. Were they not looking at me? Yeah. In order to remove the collar, the best course seems to be discovering the truth beyond X Day. And we can't even tell the police. What can I possibly contribute to the investigation of this difficult case? And to my burden of self-doubt, the men gathered before me had all been researching the X Day cases from the start. It's like a well-organized production. You can't rule out the possibility that the criminals will contact you again. We shouldn't travel alone, if possible. Yanagi's sentence was immediately interrupted by the window abruptly opening. Oh, a guest. How unusual. Eh? Oh? What the? This is the 5th floor. How did he get in here? Who is that? Not again. Trespassing is illegal, you know. In my surprise, I hastily hid my collar, but this seemed to be a familiar occurrence to others, and they didn't react much. Huh? Sorry for surprising you like that. I gasped when I saw what the man who had climbed into the room was wearing. He was wearing police and SP badges. Is this man part of your team? In response to my question, everyone else in the room made complicated expressions. If you guys have guests, should I come back later? Eh? Does he just live here? I appreciate that. So I tell you this every time. Use the door if you're coming over. But Sometimes it's closed, and I can't always get in.
とにかく
Anyway, just go home today. Oh, okay, it's not his home. Okay. He smiled and used the door to exit the premise instead of the window. Actually, I thought he just used the window, to be honest. Like halfway through, it was like, okay, yeah, I'll just go back. Every time. Yeah, I meant that guy's sharp. That guy's too much of a ghost. I wonder if he even actually left. Well, Sasasuga left the room to check. Now he spoke.
あの男は
The guy works in the security police division at HQ. He's covering us while we investigate. His name's Kei Okazaka. Okazaki. Okay. Huh, covering you. The police are giving you protection while you freelance? Well, that's what Okazaki claims. But who can really know if what he's saying is the truth? As for why an SP officer had been attached to us, we don't know what the police intentions are. I see. HQ's Security Police Division, or SP for short, normally their job was to protect VIPs and endangered individuals. Does the police have a reason to protect them? Since we have no idea what the police intentions are, we can't let Kei Okazaki know about you. He literally knows about me, but okay. If he learns about the collar, it'll be bad. The criminals told us not to tell the police, so we can't complicate things by telling him. I mean, some police already know. But, you know, have you looked at the green boy over there? Okay. He didn't seem that sharp to me, but you can't judge a book by its cover. You've been doing that the whole time. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Entering by the window was pretty suspicious. One can never be too cautious. Anyway, do you have an answer to my question? Oh, I'll get this collar off immediately. We need to investigate X-Day to do that. Since I couldn't report this to the police, it was obviously better to have assistance. Still, did I really trust this lot? Was it really the right call to collude with them, despite being a police officer? Honestly, I was hesitant. I mean, if they're all ex-police, I don't know. I don't think they're that suspicious. Then again, they're kind of weird. They're all really weird. All the guys in this game are weird. I don't know. Could I have a little bit of time to think about it? Alright. It'd be unreasonable of me to press you for a decision now. In a situation. You might be a bit hesitant to work with us. I mean, just met us. I don't want to let you die. I'm not a police fan anymore. But I didn't just abandon the ideals I had back when I was. You said your ideals didn't match with theirs. Or their policies. Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of contradictions. What they say earlier and what they say now. Definitely noticed that. Anyway. There was a strong fire in Yanagi's eyes, and it drew me in. Anyway, I had a good impression of him since he was the first to help when I'd been poisoned. I want to trust him after all. I mean, it's just coincidence, you know, he found you here. Instead of someone else. Anyway. Thank you. A lot has happened, so I'm really confused. I'll collect myself and think about it. Okay. So for now, we need to be able to contact you somehow, right? Ah, right. In case I needed to contact anyone, I exchanged phone numbers with everyone. Well then, I'll be back at night. At night? Let's go get that rays of the morning sun. I left the detective office.
Boy.
Hey. I turned around to see Sasasuga. Man, I kept messing up his name. Sasasuga. There. What is this? What are you hesitating for? Huh? You asked for time to think about joining us. There's some reason you won't accept us. Is there some reason you won't accept me? Whatever Yanagi might say, and whatever reason you have, it doesn't change the fact that you're a big lead on the X-Day case. Is she really? She just seems like a victim. I don't know. I mean, I guess she's alive. There's that. At the very least, I won't be letting you waltz off. Also, can't we, you know... Can he, was it trace the signal back or something? And then, get the when they contact me, he would also know, stuff like that. Nah, I don't know. Like that's something he would be able to do. Should just be like a frequency, Or maybe not. Maybe get the decoder or something. Yeah, no idea. What's that supposed to mean? Even fools have their uses. That's what I'm saying. Don't you get that? Yeah, he's just calling me dumb. He's calling me a dumb cat. I don't like him. I do not like him. Sasuke's eyes narrowed in irritation, and then suddenly, he yanked my muffler hard. Hey. Just shut up. Sasuke was glowering at me. He stared at me with looked to me like hatred. A chill ran down my spine and I froze. Didn't think everyone would sympathize with you just because your little life is in danger. It was a shocking statement. Yanagi, on the other hand, had said that he didn't want to let me die. The moment of safety I left had vanished. I realized that even for a moment, I hadn't allowed myself to think that I was in a sympathetic environment. But he's different. I could be killed at any moment. Did he really not care at all? Whether you're cognizant of it or not, the fact of the matter is that Adonis has placed some value on your life. As if I would waste a card like that. I don't know what they're scheming, but they told us to get to the truth. Have you forgotten already what the voice said? They'll be watching us through your collar. I'm only working to solve this case. If I need you to do it, then there's no way in hell I'm letting you get away. I replied in a voice cracking with fear. I don't think this one matters. But maybe this one? We'll go with the second one. Do you even care if I die? Overcome with emotion, I blurted out an indignant question. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Idiot, you're hopeless. With that, he let me go. Wait, what? I don't even feel like answering that. That's what you think? Then so be it. Shut it, you stupid cat. I don't have the patience to gently explain the situation to someone as dense as you. You want me to help? No. You'd rather have me die. Okay. Yep, up. Off we go then. Sasuke exasperately looked at me again and sighed in disgust. Listen, running away from us is not really an option you have right now. You can either shut up and help us, or let me watch out for you and use you to help us. Okay? Pick whichever option suits you, but those are your only options. Get it? So, he either watches me with his permission or without, basically? Okay. Under Sasuke's ice-cold glare, I finally nodded. Stupid cat. Don't forget what I just told you. Leaving me with that, Sasuke went back inside without a second glance. Also, he didn't tell me much. He just, threatened me. Okay. Just saying. Feeling like a fugitive, I checked behind me once I reached the intersection. I saw him go back inside, so I knew he wouldn't have come after me. But still, I want to hurry up and get home. I was staring at the red light when I was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. No, not more people. Okay, well, 1 second. I want to check out the controls for this game. Don't know. Controls. Color X, Malice. Okay. How do where are the controls? Switch. Where would it be? Let's see. Switch. How to exit? I don't know. This might take a while. You hit triangle. What the heck is triangle? Oh, there you go. Oh, okay, so it's X. So we can save now. I probably should have saved before. But, yeah, let's go with that. Save. Man, I want to see a lot of options. Yes. There's no autosaves? Probably not. Load. Save that one. Someone tap on the shoulder. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. This is actually a lot of talking. There's just a lot of like what is it? Love talking in like a short span. Okay. I jumped in surprise and spun around. Sorry. You were just in that detective agency, right? The SV guy. Not knowing why he had approached me, I nodded cautiously. That's right, I had a request for them. It was a detective agency, so I thought it would be a good bluff, but his eyes went wide. Huh? They got a job? What? Yes. How strange. I heard that they're generally not getting any work at all. Wait, really? Alarmed by this sudden twist, I thought back to what Yanagi said. The guy works in the security police division at HQ. He's covering us while we investigate. His name's Kei Okazaki. Kei Okazaki. Yeah, I can't remember this. Oh man. Okay. Ooh. Yep, covering us while we investigate. Okay. Yep. As for why an SB officer had been attracted to us, we don't know what the police intentions are. What? Do you know him or do you not know him? I knew that Yanagi was independently pursuing the XA cases. In other words, this man knew the detective agency was just our friends. For getting such an obvious lie, I scrambled desperately for a cover. Also, I just missed missed it again. Just another dictionary entry. They made an exception for me. I had nowhere else to turn, so I begged them, and they took on my job. What a terrible excuse. Yeah, the police officer is looking for people to for a job. Take a job. I don't know. That's weird. That's weird. You begged them? Yeah, yes, I needed their help. I had no choice. Sounds like you're in quite a bind. He gave me a look of pity. I'm sure I would do the same in his position. The signal changed, so I'll be off now. Bye. Yikes. I tried to leave as quickly as possible. Wait a minute. It's dangerous to go alone. Please allow me to accompany you home. Where are we going again? He tugged on my sleeve and smiled. Honestly, trust no one, not even yourself. Because yourself is covered in microphones, but yeah. Also, you know, yourself will get yourself killed, so there's that. It's bad. It'll be fine. It's right around the corner. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yep. It's no trouble at all. No need to be polite. Come on, let's go. Okazaki took my hand and started walking. Honestly, I don't know what to think. He could be... He might be the enemy. Seriously. Seriously. I don't know. Well, I think he's the fifth guy. I don't think the people at our police station was it SCRPO or something? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anyone there is we can romance. He's pushier than I expected. What should I do? I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Kei Okazaki. I know. Of course I didn't say that out loud.
ちょっと事情があって
This is my own circumstances. I end up at that office a lot. What exactly are you doing there? Like, I told you to, you know, take a hike, but okay. I know that too. With another mental comeback, it took some time to consider my next move. I'm glad my holster's concealed under my coat. If not, you'll know that I was a cop. What do you know? Doesn't everyone carry arms here? Anyway, no matter how many times I said I was fine, wouldn't listen. Now we neared my home. Yeah, should probably, you know, ditch him before you get to his house, your house. God, he's another stalker, isn't he? He's just a very confrontational. A little too confrontational, I would say. I didn't prompt the subject, but he'd been talking about the detective agency the entire time we've been walking. Hey, relax. All those guys are great at their job. I'm sure they'll succeed at the job you have for them. X. I see. Well, they were police, so that makes sense. They're serious and principled people. I'm sure you'll see once you get to know them. Nope. No, more X's? Okazaki's gentle smile made me a little curious about why he was assigned by the police to protect the group. It's right here. If I just pick a different apartment to lose him, he'll follow and I know... Wait, if I just pick up a different apartment to lose him, he'd follow and I know I was lying. With that in mind, I thought I'd just head directly to my place. Oh, you poor soul. What, did I say clock fear? What? C-L-O-C-K... Oh no. I mean, at first it looks like that. What does that even say? Ifar? Huh? I don't know. With that in mind, I thought I'd just head directly to my place. Yeah. Okay. See you around. See you around? Want as little to do with him as possible. If he was protecting Yanagi's group, I'd run into him again if I went there. Wait a second. Letters from the criminals. He could have planted them, right? Oh my god, you're slow. Why? Okay, anyway. He works for the police, so he could have slipped in the first letter with the files. He comes in through the window, so he could have just left the second letter in the office.
Bye-bye.
So how many men are you in love with? -5. Yeah. Hey, Endless, how you doing? Honestly, all of them are kind of creepy. In some way. Well, bye. Yes, thank you very much for your help. I said with, you know, compassion and such. I stared at his back as he walked away. Okazaki. He spoke as if he knew quite a bit about Yanagi's group. They're the people he's protecting, so that's perfectly natural, but... Only a certain caliber of people worked in SP. There should be many other people in this town worth protecting in a city this dangerous. Yet he was watching Yanagi's group. Something's definitely off. The longer I thought about it, the more I felt like I couldn't trust him. Would you expect from a game called Collar X Malice? Which word made you think they were going to be sweet, tender men? You know, I expect to find someone normal. I don't know. Everyone's sort of just creepy. In their own weird way. In their own creepy way. I'm just like... Is there no one? It's just vanilla? To begin with, the first letter indicated that a criminal was in the station or that there was a traitor in the ranks. But why me? Even more questions now fill my head. She is one of the sympathizers and a woman with the potential to inherit our will, so treat her with courtesy. A sympathizer. Though Yanagi's group and Okazaki were linked, I have no idea of who that term applied to. I couldn't think of anyone who'd sympathize with the perpetrators of X-Day murders. Who put this collar on me? What do they want? I don't know anything. Color has been added to materials. Eh? When I got home, I sat down on my bed to think instead of changing my clothes. Wait, yo, change! Change, you Neanderthal! What should I do now? My thoughts traveled a maze of twisty passages, all alike. Is Fox user FoxZVT? Nope. Nope. Definitely not. Who is that? Eh? What, did someone add you? Oh no. My thoughts traveled a maze of twisty passages, all alike. Oh, there you are. Wait, oh. Wait, my brother. Ototo-san. Was it my recommended? I was like, is that Fox? My Fox? No, I don't think Fox streams. Like, I don't, yeah, he doesn't even, his laptop's broken right at the moment, so he doesn't, I don't think he has anything. My brother Kazuki came into the living room. The clock read 7 a.m., but it was about time for him to wake up. Morning, sorry I didn't make breakfast. It's okay, I don't want any. We're staying home today. Honestly, he looks kind of shady too. I don't know, man. Is there an incest route? Are you staying home today? Nope, I'll rest a bit and then head into work. I'm busy this evening, so I think I'll head home late. I'll be home late. Fine. With that, Kazuki left the room. Normally I'd say I'd make breakfast now, and then force him to eat it, but honestly I didn't have the strength now. Frankly, I had my hands full. Should probably eat anyway. When's the last time we ate? Like yesterday? We had a light meal, apparently. I need to get some rest. I need to get some sleep. I also need to get some food. But yeah. We're gonna wake up with another collar. Double collar, Malice. I wasn't in the mood to do anything, so I plopped onto my bed and closed my eyes. Oh, I know that too well. But slumber didn't take me. In the end, I didn't sleep a wink, and it was time for work. How do you sleep on that collar? I came to work tired, so I made a lot of careless mistakes. Which just sent me home early, so I groggily made my way to the train station. Okay, it's the 6th today. Wait, did they kidnap me at like 12? Maybe? That might have been it. I still have time left to burn before I'm supposed to meet Saiki. I wonder if there's anywhere near the pub where I can kill time. Hey there. Man, today was horrible. I caused a lot of trouble for Mochidetsu. Oh, you didn't hear me. Hey, you! Today I should go over to Yanagi's office and decide what I'm... Boo. Yep, stalkers all around. Let's go. Yeah! Hey, you finally noticed me. I've been calling you for a while now. Okazaki. Yeah. Okazaki. Yeah, there. Sorry, I was deep in thought. We parted ways this morning. I didn't expect to run into him here again. They were serious about him being ghostly. Hey, can we talk in the park over there? Oh god, not another park. But why does he wear his coat like that? He wears with one sleeve and the rest just dangles off. Talk? Yes, talk. You know, things humans do. I wasn't thinking quickly enough for this. We both work for the police, so I don't want to let anything slip. I'll just have to apologize and turn him... Hey, let's go. What? What? You don't want to go? You don't want to? I have plans already. Not even for a minute? You looked at me with an abandoned puppy dog. Like an abandoned puppy dog? And my reluctance faded. Back, I went to Ulta to find perfume or cologne. I went to visit my sister, so I went to the ones near her. Didn't have unisex ones. I hate all the smells. Unfortunate. Yeah, I don't even use like I don't know, cologne. No, I don't really smell. At least I think. At least no one's told me. Stinky. No, 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 no. I don't need to. I am clean. No, no, it's fine.
よかった。
That's here. Then away we go.
はい。
Eh? At least he's cute. I don't know. Fine. We'll go. He actually swept up my hand, and I knew that I was trapped now. When a man says that, you know you need to stay away. Well, at least he considered me a man. There's that. There's that upside. Anyway. Next. To the park. This park used to be bustling. Bustling. With children playing. I'm still here, aren't I? Eh? Honey? What does that mean? Any person who was younger than 20 was now escorted by an adult guardian until they got home. Nobody knew when something might happen, so most people kept their children at home. That's why the park was so empty.
ここ座ろっか。
Let's sit here. Okay. What are we going to talk about anyway? Didn't talk on the way here? It was just silence. We were sitting on a bench, but Okazaki didn't seem like he was going to say anything. Also, he's very well acquainted. Or he's getting very familiar with us, even though we met once earlier today. I don't know. Even people I've met, you know, even people I've seen like multiple times, maybe talk to you like once or twice. I'm like, yeah, I'm reluctant to talk to them. I'm sure you can figure it out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I just sat quietly and sadly looked at the abandoned park. I felt pressure on my shoulder, and I saw. ちょっと待って。ちょっと待って。ちょっと待って。He's sleeping? What? You gotta be kidding me. He's not just faking. I watched him for a bit, and he really did seem to be asleep. He just instantly fell asleep in public. Is that guy really an SP officer? Now what? I can't move. I mean, he's not exactly like a cat. He can move. If it's a cat, no, you cannot move. You're stranded here. You're captive. Having said that, I couldn't bring myself to wake Okazaki, who was sleeping so soundly. I heard that SP work was really tough. Maybe he doesn't get enough sleep. Just a little while then. I was sure he'd wake up in a bit. Thinking that, I stayed still. Okazaki showed no signs of waking up at all. It's already been half an hour, and it's getting really hard to hold this position. I kind of feel bad, but I'm waking him up. Okazaki? Just leave. Just leave. You have no obligation to him. Leave. Please wake up. The sun's already going down. Okazaki? Is it morning already? At last, Okazaki sleepily opened his eyes. No, it's evening. Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was speaking with you.
君と一緒だったね。
You weren't exactly speaking. So that's not what he said in the in the Japanese voice line. So you went for Okazaki, or is this still the beginning? This is the beginning. I didn't play this one, so I don't know. Yeah, we're literally in chapter 0. Oh, so you don't know what's happening, huh? Oh no. Well, I hope you catch up. There's a lot of exposition at the beginning. I mean, I feel like that's gonna be the entire game. But yeah, okay. For some reason, Okazaki still didn't get off my shoulder. I told you this was Kathy's favorite? Yeah, I thought you knew about it at least. No? Knew the plot? Then he gently laughed.
よかった。やっぱり君は悪い人じゃないね。
Well, I'm glad to see that you weren't a bad person after all. I don't really go for angsty men. I like soft men. Yeah, I know the plot. Okay, okay, good. So you're not gonna fall behind. Like soft men. Is that what you think of me? I'm glad to see you aren't a bad person after all. I mean, what was he expecting to? No, you never? Okay. Alright then. I see now. I was able to relax and fall asleep. The stones seem to be genuinely warm and friendly. I'm not sure I get it, but I think he's genuinely thanking me. I'm glad you were able to get some rest, Okazaki. Thanks. You're a nice girl. You said you had something to discuss. Discuss. Oh, that's right. What's your name? I like people who seem like are idiots but are actually smart. The innocent personality. You're just 100% a baka. Alright then. I have no comments. Why? Discuss. Yeah, what's your name? That's. I didn't want to associate with him, if possible, so I shouldn't have given my name. But I thought it would be even more suspicious if I didn't give him my name. Remember that morning? Takeru called you stupid cats. Okay, I am Bakaneko. Wait a second. I feel like I got played. Huh? This morning? Yep, we are definitely getting stalked. Back then, he was there. It wouldn't be strange for him to be watching the area around the office, but I didn't even notice. Is Cat your name? That's kind of unusual. Nickel? I mean, Cat is a normal name. Literally Kathy's. Anyway, I'm literally playing this game right now. Oh my god. Hey, Isabella. How are you doing? Welcome. Or Isabella. Oh my god, I cannot call you that. No, I'm sorry, I cannot. But yeah, we're suggested this game by Endless here. At least it was one of the options. Isabella's fine. Alright, good. Do you go by like Izzy or like Bella or something? Or just Isabella? Yeah, Cat, your name is kind of unusual. Something like that. Actually, how far along are you into this game? I'm literally on chapter 0. I started this game 3 hours ago. How many chapters are there? I see. So, should I call you Cat? Sure. Sure, that's... Okay, then I'll call you that from now on. It has a cute ring to it. I love this game a lot. Glad to hear it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of creeped out by all the guys, but I feel like I'm just getting stalked everywhere I go. Never played this game, but I played other Otome. Are you using a walkthrough? Nope. Just gonna see where I end up. Hopefully on the good ending. Apparently there's only one, from what Kathy has told us. And there's a bunch of bad endings. Hopefully that second choice there didn't really affect the game too much, or it doesn't affect our ending. I don't know. I really don't know. Oh no. This conversation has taken a weird turn. I guess I can just consider a nickname. Besides, you seem like too nice of a person to be a liar. Oh yeah. There's a good end for each boy. Right, that's what she said. And there's a bittersweet ending too? Huh, bittersweet. Oh, I'm worried now. Oh no. Alright. Let's see. Oh, really? I knew it.
やっぱり
You might have realized that cat isn't actually my name. I felt terrible lying to a fellow officer, but the criminals would be listening too. If I tell them what's going on, it might endanger both of us. Thinking, I grip my hand tightly.
誰にだって隠し事はあるよ
Everybody has something to hide. Eh? Minami, will you have a forlorn love? Wait, what do you mean forlorn? Forlorn. That's not very often used, is it? Sad? Wait, what? Pitifully sad and abandoned or lonely. Oh, Isabella, thank you for the follow. Which boy is your fave? I gotta know. Honestly, he seems the least creepy, this guy. I don't know. I think some of the other ones are kind of just a little too eccentric. He's very sweet. And one of them's literally just calling me an idiot. The other guy, I think the red hair guy is kind of just an idiot, to be honest. He's kind of dumb. I don't think we can, go for the friend routes, right? That's not a thing. Why can't we do superior? Why can't we go for a superior? But yeah, and the one in green is yeah, he's just toying with me really. I don't like it. The guy who calls you an idiot, I thought I was gonna hate his route, but it's one of my favorites. Ooh. Wait, did you finish the game yet? You said you're still playing, right? Isabella likes tsundere, I see. Is that what you call him? I didn't really get the tsundere vibe. He just sounds like an ass. Normally I hate tsunderes? Things that we hide to protect something are different than lies we tell to hurt other people. Let's see. Now I know, you aren't a girl that can lie, so your lies won't hurt someone else. I wouldn't say that, but anyway. I'm in the last chapter of the second to last route. Ooh. Let's go! Wait, how long is this game? How many chapters are there? I want to know how much I'm getting myself into, or yeah, what I'm getting myself into. Oh no. 6 chapters per each route. How long are each chapter? It's been 3 hours. I'm still in 0. It's kind of long. Yeah, Kathy is a something to get through all this. She did each route. She did each ending. So your lines won't hurt. Okay, yeah. Kasaki. Strict words and confident tone sounded like he'd seen through everything. I was bewildered, but strangely, my heart felt like a little lighter. You see, I like straightforward people like you, because I can never be like that. Huh? I blinked. Entranced by his gentle, smiling eyes, I felt like he was the straightforward one, not I. Apparently it says 35 hours to beat completely. Wait, what? Am I just slow? I mean, I am reading all the text out, but it's been 3 hours. I haven't even been through the first chapter. Oh no. I made my deal to return with a vengeance. So if I were to tell you a lie that hurt you, what would you do? Be a little sad, I guess. I feel like he reminds me of me for some reason. I won't consider the request complete until you get a good ending. Well, we'll see. We'll see how much I enjoy this game. If this, oh my god, I just realized this is gonna be the first visual novel I'm gonna complete. I have 2 other visual novels. One I started, and then one I didn't. But, oh my god, it's gonna be an Otome game? The other 2 are, If My Heart Had Wings, and the other one is, The Fruit of Grisaya. Oh, never mind, it says 56 to complete. Finish. Oops. Okay, that seems more... yeah, that makes more sense. Good luck, I believe in you, cheering. Thanks. Well, we still have, the second one, The Fruit of Grisaya. I think that, yeah, that was an anime. That had an anime adaptation too. Oh, I want to play that? I've heard, yeah, I heard they're both good. I know what you mean. Okay, Abiel Sato, yes. Okazaki's glum expression was so faint. It looked like his world would crumble. I was concerned about Okazaki's expression, but he said that he had to return to work. Just left. I thought I just have to be on my guard, but maybe it was just the atmosphere. He just backed off. You know what I like? No? Eh? I don't want to suspect Okazaki. Oh, is that it? Okay. Ooh, oh, this was nice. Get that look? Okay. Have fun lurking. I don't either because I just forgot. Okay, Endless. I met up with Psyche at the pub and gloomily took a seat. What can I get for you? Oolong. 2 pints of whatever's good on tap. Psyche, hey. Okay, maybe I'm warming up to Psyche, to be honest. But man, he's still kind of creepy, to be honest. Psyche, actually, I think he's just, you know, I think they set the bar very low. That might be it. He's just like, he's not as bad as the other ones. Psyche, I'm sorry to be a drag, but I'm not really up for drinking today. What? Fine, just 1 beer. Oolong tea, please. 1 draft beer and an oolong tea, right? Coming right up. I sighed in relief and used a hot towel. I'm tired, but I'm meeting Yanagi's group immediately after this. It wouldn't be a good idea to drink. I felt guilty for not being able to drink with Psyche because he invited me here. You promised me earlier, but now you're just drinking tea by yourself? What's the matter? Not feeling sociable? Sorry, I pulled an all-nighter, so I'm really beat. I'm kidding. I'm just happy that you came. I was looking forward to today too. It's just been a while since we went drinking together. Glad to hear it. Well, don't push yourself too hard, okay? It isn't healthy to bottle up your emotions. Okay. I came to see you at work today, but you seem pretty out of it. Bruh, that is creepy. Please say something. Come on. It looked like more than sleep deprivation. I know you SRCPO folk have a lot to deal with. You just let me know if there's anything I can help with. Thank you. No, I'm good. Nope. Don't need any help. His words made me tear up. Maybe it's because I was so dejected. Oh, but I'm kind of low on cash this month, so I probably can't help if it's a money thing. And that jarred me right back to reality. It was so like him. Oh, there goes gravity. Hey, cops are people too. Sometimes you run out of money, right? What did you spend it on? A waifu pillow or something? I don't know. Gotcha? Yeah, sure. Normally guys have to pay for drinks, so I'm seriously grateful for you for always splitting the bill, Hoshino. Yeah? You think there's a date? It's not a big deal. We split the tab for as long as I've known you. Oh, we chatted. The server returned with our drinks. I knew you understand, Hoshino. You know, I went drinking with those guys from traffic. Traffic? I told them that I became a cop to make people happy and made the world peaceful. They just laughed at me. Yeah, I would too, to be honest. What's wrong with my dream? That's the purest dream there is, right? Okay, is he drunk? Drunk already? Yeah, after all, you are keeping the peace around here, Saiki. I feel like he's disrupting it, but okay. You got that right. I might not look it like it, but I'm a big hit with the kids. That's a good thing. I can see that. You're a pretty friendly guy, Saiki. Yeah, well. By the way, you had pretty serious reasons for becoming a cop, didn't you? Serious? Not really. I just wanted to help people who were in need. You could have joined, you know, like a hospital or something, or Goodwill? I don't know. Yeah, that's what I mean. That time you picked up a wallet and brought it to a police box. Weren't they grateful? Yeah, I didn't do anything special, but I felt pretty happy knowing that I could help somebody out. For sure. SRCPO still listens to the people who are in need. I'm sure you'll be of help to some people. Wait, someone. Someone. Yeah, one person. Just one. Really? I hope so. It's true because I'm saying it. Although it'd be hard to help them all. At least if there are people nearby who are in trouble, you want to help them, right? Yeah, you're right. Our conversation with Saiki helped me to remember my conviction. He's right. I was trapped in a situation. I stopped looking around me. Right now, the X-Day killings have everyone in the police station on edge. At this very moment, somebody in this town might be targeted. The problem wasn't the collar on my neck. X-Day incidents were the root of it all. My duty is to preserve peace in Shinjuku. No matter what, I have an obligation to everyone to pursue this until the end. And yourself, you know, if there was even a chance that it'll help someone who is in a situation like me. Police officers should do whatever they can. There's no time to be hesitant. Thanks a lot, Saiki. I'm feeling much better thanks to you. I don't know what I just did, but I'm glad that I could help. Okay then. Now you're in a better mood. Have another beer. Hey, you should stop. I mean, he was already gone with like one beer. I don't know. He probably should stop. It's cool. I'll take a good care of everybody. Everybody. Okay. Saiki, you're drinking too much. Come on, let's go home. Saiki kept throwing back beers until he ended up passing out on the table. Well, good job, me. I urged him to get up and shook his body, but I knew he wouldn't wake up in that state. Saiki! Saiki! Hey, wake up! Get off me! It's hard being popular. Jeez, he's always drinking so much even though he can't hold his alcohol. He took like 2 beers and got drunk. Oh, a text? Actually, it just sounds like me. Watching Saiki mutter incoherently in his stupor, I took out my phone. Oh. Phone. This our phone? It just pops up on our face. Are you still at work? Oh, it's Yanagi. Oh no, it's already so late. It's already past 10 o'clock. I'm sorry, I'll head over shortly. Anytime you can come by is fine. You can come after work's done. Let me know when you're heading over. I'll be there around 11. Got it. I'll let the other guys know. Are they actually waiting for... They're gonna wait for me? Interesting. I hurriedly replied and closed my phone. Excuse me. May we have the check, please? Just a moment. Saiki, get ready to go. Do we not get a portrait of the waiter, Saj? I called him and pulled on his arm, but Saiki wouldn't return from Dreamland. Yeah, he's with Kirby. Damn it, Saiki. Through some miracle, he made it out of the pub, but Saiki wasn't steady on his feet. I'll call you a cab once we're at the main road. Just hang in there until then. I'm okay. It's totally fine. I'll come. I can run home too. It's crazy. Hey, look out! Oh. Before I could grab Psyche's arm, he plowed right into somebody who happened to be walking in front of him. Sumimasen! It was Enomoto. Hey? What are you doing here? Both of our eyes went wide, as we never expected to bump into each other here. Once he noticed drunk Psyche, his wide eyes narrowed and Enomoto frowned. Hey, are you coming back from the bar? Were you supposed to come to our office today? No? I already had a prior engagement today. I texted Yanagi I'd come afterwards. Oh, is Enomoto in a bad mood? He gave Psyche a sideways glance. Is he jealous? Is that guy your boyfriend? No, he's jealous. No, Psyche and I don't have that kind of relationship. But the now seems awfully suspicious to me. Well, it's none of my business. Yet you still asked. Well, your friend looks pretty sauced. What are you gonna do with him? Obviously, you can't just leave him here. You're gonna call a taxi. Well, let me think. I'm a bit worried, so I'll probably take him home. Wait, what? You're planning on taking him? You're going to a man's house? Isn't that weird, to be honest? Oh, yeah. How'd I put this? Isn't that bad? Huh? Bad. I've already had to take him home many times before. Many times? You going to the home of a man who isn't even your boyfriend? Aren't you being too reckless? Enomoto seemed to be in shock, and he backed away from me. He's been watching too many movies, I think. Enomoto? Are you interested in him? What? I told you before, it's not like that between us. That just sounds even fishier. I mean, you two were drinking together. Anyone assumed something was going on. We were classmates at the police academy. Enomoto's eyes were full of doubt. What reason does he have to be looking at me like that? We only just met recently, and he used up all the patience I had for him. Enomoto, knock it off, or I'm going to get angry. What the heck? You're already angry? What'd you expect? You keep asking the same question, and then you don't listen to me. We silently glared at each other. What's going on? Voices ringing in my head. Stirring. Psyche opened his eyes. Oh yeah, we just forgot about him. Huh? Who's that? I paused at loss for an explanation. I couldn't tell Psyche the truth. It's a relationship you can't talk about. I know. He's gotta be your boyfriend. Huh? Was I wrong? Of course you are. Damn right. Who'd date a girl like this? What? A girl like this? Ooh. I felt that. Well, you know, I thought you looked cool and classy, but you're more feisty than I thought. What? Damn it. Anyway, you're not my type. Doubt. Next to doubt. Okay. Well, you're not my type at all either. Next to doubt. I'm doubting my own character here. Oh man. What? When I raised my voice during this tit for tat, Enomoto seemed to stiffen in surprise. Oh really? Is that so? I see how it is. Well then, I'm glad I'm not your type. He was hanging his head in shame now. He's rather an open book, isn't he? Okay. Did I overdo it? He's the one to instigate all this nonsense. I got a headache. I looked over at Psyche, whose face had turned an unhealthy shade of green. Hey, are you okay? I don't feel so good. Psyche, get a hold of yourself. I'm getting a taxi right now. Should probably let him, like, puke or something. I don't know. In the end, Enomoto stepped in and helped me prop up the drunken Psyche. He didn't hesitate and rushed in and graciously helped out. I really needed his help with Psyche. After that argument, this was a surprise, but I guess I don't know him that well. We got out of the taxi in front of the office, and I turned to Enomoto. You really helped us out. Thank you. It's fine. And, I don't trust you. Yeah, I don't think that's it, but okay. Huh? Out of the blue, and a propose? What? So where's the cute Catboy? When is he gonna show up? He's here somewhere. You gotta look harder. Maybe you need glasses. I don't know. And a propose of nothing. Huh? How do you say those words? Hold on. A propose? A propose?
Apropos.
Apropos. Oh, interesting. And apropos of nothing, Enomoto blindsided me. There's a pretty high likelihood that you were connected to the criminals in some way. Yanagi says to loop you in on everything, but don't expect too much. Man, he's petty. I was pretty stunned that he would just come right out and say that to my face. I turned up the quality and put my glasses on. Hey, yo. Still nothing. Yeah, I think you need glasses for your glasses. I don't know, man. I want to trust you. Either he understood me or not, the mistrust I saw reflected in his eyes was painful. He used to be a police officer. His devotion to justice is obviously going to make it hard for him to trust someone like me. If he was that devoted, would he, leave? Anyway. I know what you want to say, Enomoto. The situation is bound to breed mistrust, so it's natural that you wouldn't trust me. But still, I want to trust you. And I want you to trust me. I looked straight into Enomoto's eyes and told him my true feelings. I knew that I was being childish. If I wasn't wary of everyone around me, it would come back to haunt me. Still, I couldn't lie about my true feelings. We'll be seeing each other more often, so if we can get to know each other a little, we might be able to dispel the doubts we have. There's a chance nothing will change. That's also true. I'm prepared to accept that. But I'd like to at least start on the path of earning your trust. I work as hard as I can until I prove that you can all trust me. Do whatever you like. The moment before he turned away, I thought I saw a hint of sorrow in his eyes after he made that remark. Yeah, he's just, I don't know. He's butthurt. 11:30. We're a little late. Yanagi Sasazuka, Enomoto, and I continued our conversation from this morning. I'm gonna go lay down. I hope you have a spiffy night. Alright, good night, Endless. Oh god, we still have so much more to go. Apparently Shiraishi was unavailable because he was occupied with police work. First order of business was my answer. As a police officer, I want to solve the X-Day cases as soon as possible. I also really want to remove the scholar. Solving the X-Day cases do both, so I'll do that. But given the situation at the police station, I can only do so much, especially since I have no investigation experience. All of you have been investigating the X-Day incidents for quite some time now. I may not be of much help, but would you please allow me to work with you? They considered how to deal with me. As long as I was possibly tied to the perps, they have reservations about my inclusion. Not the reason they want to include me. Inwardly, I tremble with anticipation and anxiety. Understood. Since you're a person of interest, I want to respect your wishes. Either way, we can't really afford to take our eyes off you. If you're nearby and it turns out we have to deal with you, make it that much easier. They all responded differently, but it seems like they'd all accepted me into the group. I was relieved. This doesn't change our responsibilities for the investigation, does it? Correct. The rest of you will keep following the leads that you've been pursuing thus far. There's only so much we can do without a more detailed analysis of the caller. We must prioritize the individual cases. Inamoto nodded, though his face showed a look of displeasure. You know, I've been wondering. Sasazuka stared daggers, not at me, rather. Looked at Inamoto. Have you been investigating anything lately? For slightest of moments, Inamoto stiffened up. That's obvious, isn't it? Who do you think you're talking to? It's because it's you that I'm asking. Well, you eccentric idiots, answer my question. Hey, he said it. See, I'm not the only one saying it. Shut up, man. You gotta decide what Hoshino's job is first. What? Don't try to change the subject, you fake eye patch wearing bastard. It's not like that at all. Watch your mouth, cyber seaweed. Seaweed? Great insult. Okay. Guys, now it's not the time to be fighting. Just leave them be. Oh, wait, no. What did I just press? Oh, that's quick load. Quick save. Was it? Oh, no. Yeah, I know you got all of them settled down with a mere sentence. So that's automatic. Non-stop. Skip. No. Okay, so L is quick save. I see. Now you got all of them settled down with a mere sentence. Inamoto, I haven't seen you putting much effort into the investigation lately. There's a problem. I'll hear you out. Don't hide it from us. He was trying to calm him down, but Inamoto seemed more restless. I'm fine. Look, I'll be okay. Just carry on. I see. Alright then. Now, Hoshino, there's something I want to ask you. Do you have a particular preference of what you wanted to investigate? A preference. The true nature of the MO of the X-Day crimes changed from month to month. None of the cases have been solved, aside from September, where suspect died. So we should look into the other months. Maybe you should look into September more. I don't know, man. Oddly suspicious. If I choose to investigate a case that someone else was already assigned to, we'd obviously end up working together. Seeing as how that is the case, I should choose my preferences carefully. I'm sure that even a dumb cat like you knows that Adonis is responsible for the X-Day incidents. At least that's what they say. Oh my god, my throat is killing me. Maybe we can go for like 20 more minutes. Hopefully the chapter ends by then. Whichever comes first. Even if the August perpetrator is unconnected to your abduction, there's a pretty good chance they know about your caller. We just need to capture a criminal from any month and get them to talk. They'll unlock the caller and lead us to their accomplices. Or, you know, they might kill her. Kill me. Yeah, I don't trust them at all. Nope. I see. As long as they don't commit suicide like the one from September, we should be able to find a connection to the larger organization. Oh, that's what they meant. They solved it. We can find a clue that leads to the truth of X-Day, the letter mentioned. I hope it'd be that easy. Adonis has been added to materials. Hoshino, starting tomorrow, you'll be helping us out. Make sure you got a solid overview of the cases. Yes. Oh, we also need you to get information from other people at the station. Eh? Right now, you're the only definite use that. Wait, that's the only definite use you'll have to us. Oh, now, if she screws up, she'll be exposed and fired. Yeah, also dead, but okay. Then she shouldn't screw up. It's not that hard. Even Shiraishi could do that. Wait, are you telling me that Shiraishi is leaking information from the police department to you? Eh? Well, he knows his way around the office. I don't expect much from a stupid cat. Shiraishi's eccentric. He just sends us whatever he feels like. If you can be useful, it'd be advantageous. Anyways, you don't have a choice. Just shut up and follow orders, stupid cat. Sasazuki was really scary. Annoyingly, I couldn't think of a comeback to his demeaning put-downs. I know it won't be easy for you to sneak intel out of the office for us. Just do what you can. If you have trusted contacts that can supply you reliably information from the inside, that would be really helpful to us. I'm not assigned to investigations, so... Of course, the police can't learn about why you're doing this, so you shouldn't trust just anybody. Sasazuka. At Yanagi's behest, Sasazuka turned his computer screen so that I could see. You should probably start with forensics. Also, get a hold of this woman. There's an image of a woman on the screen, along with a brief profile. It said her name was Kotoho Sakuragawa, and that she worked in forensics. Oh, Sakuragawa. She might be a pretty big asset if we can use her correctly. She won't turn you down, after all. The cat hero will be joining you in order to secure her cooperation. You lured her with meat, didn't you? Simple people are easy to hook. The bait wasn't cheap though. With a knowing smile, Osasaka gestured at my collar. Meat. Looking at her profile, her favorite food was listed as meat. So they swayed her with expensive food? You have more connections than Shiraishi does, so you'll probably be somewhat useful. Huh? But why can't Shiraishi just go and talk to this person? That definitely won't fly. Sakuragawa doesn't like Shiraishi. As soon as she saw his face, she dashed off. Honestly, I'd do the same. If I could. I see. I think I know how she felt. He's scary, but in a different way than Sasazuka. The way he acts, the way he looks at you like you're a lab rat, it's almost incomprehensible. I get the feeling that he's kind of like the people who put this collar on me. It's him! If she blows you off, then entice her by dangling some tasty meat to tempt her. That'll do the trick. Is she an animal? Right. There might be others you could potentially work with inside the office, but you should follow up on this one first. In our investigations, we've been visiting the crime scenes to gather info, but when it comes to new cases, we're always behind. I haven't been able to get anything valuable from scouring the police databases either. What? Nothing? When Sasazuka was on the force, he used to work in the cyber crimes division, so he's probably been illegally accessing police computers. I had a feeling that was the case, but I didn't feel like voicing my suspicions. Anyway, try and help out however you can from within the police station. Like cybersecurity, they do some like unethical things that to get ethical results, I guess. But anyway, try and help out however you can from within the police station. Raja. Shiraishi only works on the cases that pique his interest. Apparently he's still hiding obstacles. Something throws a knock on the door. Somebody's here? I made sure my collar was hidden and then looked over at the door. Suddenly, Yanagi's hand covered my mouth. Huh? What is he? When I looked at him in confusion, he silently shook his head. He's telling me not to talk? I nodded and Yanagi removed his hand. Detectives, this is the police. I'm here on a routine patrol. At this hour? Where have I heard that voice before? Huh? Okazaki? Everybody gave me a sharp look from blurting out Okazaki's name. I heard a voice. You're in there. Please open the door. Good job, me. Good job. They all heaved sighs, and I hung my head. Sorry. You seriously are one dumb cat. Sorry, Okazaki. Can't let you in today. We're helping a client now. A client? Oh, you mean cat, right? Cat? What the heck? It's talking about me, actually? I told him about the time when Okazaki tried to talk to me. Honestly, I don't think that's too relevant. Anyway. What's up with that? Well, you had to throw him off your trail. Shouldn't we match up our stories too? We just say that we took a job from you. Looking for a lost cat or whatever. Okazaki knows our detective agency is just a front. A flimsy excuse will just give him more reason to follow us around. What a pain. We don't need to get into that much detail. Real please. Must respect client confidentiality. Real please. Huh? Is that your... No? Is that agency name? Real please? I nodded at Yanagi's explanation. Once I understood, he opened the door. You finally opened up. Awfully rude of you, pretending to be out. Honestly, he definitely has some secrets of his own. I don't know. Okazaki strolled into the middle of the room and smiled at me. Good evening, kitty cat. Hello. For now, we decided that I'll start contributing to the investigation tomorrow. If I stay here any longer, I might let something slip and cause problems. I should leave this to them and go home. Then that settles my business. Thank you for taking on my request. Pretending to be a client, I then started to leave the room. Hey, wait. Until Okazaki blocked my path. This felt familiar. It's late, so I'll take you home. Girls shouldn't be out alone at this hour. I knew it. But didn't you have your own business to attend to here? It's okay, I can come back later. Why don't we get going now? Feeling, you know, he's not actually here to, do a routine inspection. But, yeah, I don't know, just me? He's saying all that while smiling again. I turned around to ask the people behind me for help, but it'd be even more suspicious if we stepped in. Leave her. Even the stupid cat can handle Okazaki. She managed this morning, so she'll probably be fine, I think. Ah, they're giving up because I'm not worth it. Hey, shouldn't we hurry? If we get too late, your family might start to worry. My refusals this morning had no effect, and it wouldn't work now, as I expected. I left the place with Okazaki pushing my back. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okazaki started heading in the direction of my home without asking for directions. He's only been there once. This guy's got a pretty good memory. He's stalking you. During my odd feeling of admiration, I realized I hadn't said a word since we left. This is awkward. It's awkward if you make it awkward. Hey, can I ask you something? Oh, sure. What is it? Okazaki gently broke the silence as if he sensed the tension. Although it'd be problematic if he asked something I can't answer. Back when you were at the detective agency. Straight to that. Besides kneeling, what else did you do? Eh? What else? Eh? Yeah, I was thinking, those guys don't seem like that type that would just take a job because you kneeled and begged them. Oh. It's kind of mysterious when I think about it. You see. I just really racked my brain and said what came to mind. The truth is, I paid them a large sum of money. I don't know whether or not they're in financial trouble, but I think that sounds like a valid enough reason to take a job. But they aren't really enticed by cash. I was aware of this, so I just felt like I had dug my own grave. I see. That makes more sense. I could see them doing that. No, he's definitely lying. Okazaki nodded, as if he understood. I believe that I hadn't just blown it. If I had, he would really suspect me. That said, I did find it curious that Okazaki would accept money as a legitimate reason. He draws a government salary, right? Maybe he's fallen on hard times. My thoughts had wandered off on a tangent. Glancing at the Shinjuku office buildings, I thought of the future. Starting tomorrow, I'll be working together with the others. I still didn't know anything about them. I didn't just need to learn about X-Day, I need to learn about the group members. We've finally been working together, so I think it'll be good to get to know them better. And the perfect guy to help me with that was walking right in front of me. Okazaki? Eh? What's up? Well, I did choose that detective agency back then, there to take my job. But I only met them a few times, so I don't know whether I can really trust them. Okazaki, is there anything about those people that you can tell me? Anything at all to reassure me? I was posing as a client, so I didn't think it was a strange thing to ask. My heart pounded as Okazaki looked at me. Okay, I'll tell you what I know about them. Oh, thank you very much. I guess I'll start with Yanagi then. I think he's mature. Huh? Unlike the other three, he's meticulous. They go over everything, one step at a time. Plus, he's the one who interviews whenever Takeru and Mineo intervenes whenever Takeru and Mineo starts fighting. He's like the steadfast father figure of the agency. Father. The image fit him to a T, and I giggled at how apropos it was. And what about Sasazuka? Despite his act, Takeru's a pretty nice guy. You know, except for the casual insults. I see. And nice? Really? You look like you don't believe me. No, it's just Sasazuka always acts so prickly. Sometimes he gives me donuts. He tells me, you can have this, so go home. Ah. Yes, he is definitely tsundere. Okay. Maybe just for the right people. I don't think I'm the right person, to be honest. Wait, isn't that just him trying to bribe you to leave with donuts? Mineo, he's basically exactly what you see. Oh, is that all? Yep. Oh, that reminds me. There's a book called 100 Heart-Jerking Love Confessions on his desk. It's full of notes. I see, he's a hopeless romantic. He's definitely a hopeless romantic. Wow. My words exactly. Let's go. I snuck a peek at some of the pages that he stuck notes to. Wanna hear what they are? No, I think I'll pass. Really then? That leaves Shiraishi, huh? He's, weird. Weird? He seemed like I might finally gain some valuable intel. I looked at Okazaki with expectant eyes. When you said weird, what do you mean, specifically? Actually, that guy? Even when he's mad, his eyes are smiling. If you study him, you'll see the little changes. He tries to hide it. Even he can't hide it. I expected so much more than that. Nothing Okazaki had told me had much substance to it at all. I suppose Okazaki must observe the guys in the agency a lot to notice all these details about them. How much time does he spend with them? I snuck a sideways glance at Okazaki. For some reason, there was an eye mask in the pocket of his well-worn suit. He wore an absent-minded look and a flippant manner of speech. If it wasn't for his badge, I never believed that he was an SP officer. Is there something on my face? Is that an SP badge? I've seen them in dramas, but I wondered if that's what they actually look like. I was just trying to make small talk, but I also want to know more about him, so the question slipped out. My curiosity overpowered my mental defenses. It just felt like something was off about him. Is there? Doesn't it feel like that? That's right, it's a genuine SP badge. Without even a hint of caution, he confirmed his position in SP. I'm on a mission right now. I'm assigned to that detective agency. A mission? What, to walk people home? Or just me? The guy works in the security police division at HQ. He's covering us while we investigate. His name? Kei Okazaki. remember what Yanagi told me earlier.
だから
That's why I know a lot about these guys. I have to.
知っておかないといけないからね。
Did he bug their place too? I knew this was weird. Why was Okazaki protecting them when they all quit the police force? Or was it his official mission to protect them while his objective was elsewhere? I knew I had to tread lightly, but there were so many questions I wanted answers to. If he's assigned to their office, you might run into him again. Wait, I might run into him again. I mean, pretty sure you made that deduction earlier, but okay. Right now, I wanted to know more about the people around me. I don't know. Straightforward? Will he tell me? Let's see. Okazaki, what are you trying to protect? SP protects important individuals. Apparently he was protecting Yagi's group, but I didn't know why. If that was just a pretext, then what was he really trying to protect? I just slipped out as I pondered this. Oh no, is that too direct? But the damage was done. Okazaki's smile disappeared, and he watched me silently. Nobody would smile when they'd been questioned about their mission. What if he suspects me with this? What am I trying to protect, you say? Okazaki's gaze dropped and he looked like he was asking himself the question. Even though it was a misguidedly blunt question, was it really such an unusual question for an SP officer to be asked? As I was nervously watching him, Okazaki suddenly looked up and was smiling. Something special. Huh? There's something I should be protecting. Something special. Precious, a heavy burden. That's irreplaceable. What does it mean? The warmth of his voice felt to me like the task he described was very dear to him. He radiated unadulterated faith, a goal he wanted to fulfill at any cost. That was what I felt from his thoughts. I know this is just what happens on TV, but SP agents protect special people like VIPs, yes? Just in time, I managed to steer the conversation back on track. Yeah, that's how it should be. If it wasn't like that, then I wouldn't be working in the SP. It's that important to him. I assumed he took life more lightly. I had started to relax while talking to him, complete for following his conversational lead. I discovered that beneath his act was a more unshakable determination that I'd imagined. Well, it only makes sense. As an SP officer, he risks his life for his job. As a fellow police officer, I knew that we affected the lives and deaths of other people, but I had assumed less of him. I was ashamed that I sold him short until now. I'm sorry. Huh? Why are you apologizing? Well, I was prying into your job. I shouldn't have done that. Don't worry about it. I was a little surprised is all. Who am I protecting? What my job is? It's all part of my everyday life. So when you asked what I was trying to protect, I actually had to stop and think about it. You're right, I suppose that makes sense. So can I ask you a question? What are you trying to protect? Wait, you can't turn it on me? I wasn't expecting to have my question turned on me. Seriously, I like know the next line. I don't know. So my thoughts ground to a halt. Shinjuku was ruled by fear, the people living in terror. My friends, relatives, my brother Kazuki, and... Right, it's tough to put an answer to that question into words. Right? He felt that it was pointless to be in the SP if he wasn't protecting something important. Like him, I also became a cop. Because I wanted to protect something. I still do. I didn't want to lose that part of me that had worked to become a police officer. I feel the same way. The things I'm trying to protect are very important to me. Is that so? After that, we chatted about later things as we walked. Thank you for taking me home. Not a problem. Anytime at all. That would definitely be problematic. I was going to watch Okazaki leave, but I saw him watching me intently. What is it? Hey, You went to the detective agency with something that troubled you, right?
あの探偵事務所に依頼したんだよね。
Yes, that's true.
俺もね。
Well, I'm also looking for something. I thought they might be able to help me.
彼らなら見つけてくれるかなって思ってた。
Eh? Past tense? Judging from the innocent smile on his face, whenever he was looking for something, or when he was looking for seemed to be something he sincerely wanted to find. I was drawn in by a smile, which was able to warm even my heart. You're saying we have a cold heart. Actually, that's probably true. Did Yanagi's office help you find it? I think I'll find it soon. I just have a good feeling about it, ever since I met you. Me? Well then, time to go. Good night, kitty cat. Before I could ask him what he meant, Okazaki spun around and left. He's quite a mysterious individual. He was someone who took his job seriously. A fiery determination to protect others. I also have to do my best to protect what is precious to me too. As I reflected upon Okazaki's attitude, I was reminded of my own personal situation as a police officer. Hey, my apartment. Or, yeah. House? Yeah, apartment. No. Yeah, apartment. Okay. Shared apartment with my brother. Interesting. When I got home, I could hear Kazuki laughing in his room. In his doorway, I noticed another pair of boys' shoes. I glanced up at the clock. It was long past midnight. I should send him home. It'd be dangerous to make him leave now. Kazuki, can I talk to you? Without a reply, the door opened and Kazuki's irritated face peeked out. What? I have a friend over now. I know that, but is your friend's family okay with it? Did you make sure to tell them so they know he's safe? He's 18, bro. Chill. Let him chill. You're not his mom. Kazuki just clicked his tongue and glared at me. It's fine. Just give it a rest. He tried to close the door, but I stuck my slipper in before he could. That's not alright. His parents might be worried, you know. Just tell me whether you called them or not. Shut up, alright? I already told you it's fine. I saw somebody behind Kazuki. Akiro Sera, 18, Kotomine Academy, 3rd year? Good evening, Chima. Sorry for staying over so late. Akira. Good morning. Or good evening, what? Huh? Akito was Kazuki's best friend. That's what I assumed he was, because he came over so often. It's dangerous to go out at this hour, so I don't mind if you stay the night. Sorry about that. Spend the night, then. I'll call my parents and tell them. Wait, are all their jackets, like, worn like that? Worn down like that? Yes, please do that. Are we done here now? Bye. Damn, man, a little cold. Kazuki kicked my slipper out of the doorway and it caromed off the hallway wall. Caromed? With a tiny sigh, I slipped my foot back into the slipper. I noticed a discarded mess of shoes in the entrance. Think of Kazuki. Kazuki went to high school with Shinjuku. He persuaded our parents to let him go to school here, provided he stay with me, and left our distant hometown of Niigata. I'm sure mom and dad are worried. I contact them every once in a while. Wanted him to stay as safe as possible. I once suggested to Kazuki that maybe I'd be a good idea to stay home and not go to school. But he just said, "Are you kidding me?" in a really threatening tone. Discouraged, I went into the living room and propped down on my bed. Oh, my bed's in the living room? I know there were other doors. Is there no other bedrooms? I absolutely minded turned on the TV, where the next day incidents were dominating news coverage. While pondering life in general, my thoughts drifted to Kazuki. He didn't used to be that way. I came to Tokyo right after I graduated. When I lived in Niigata, even if we didn't get along, we could at least speak normally. But ever since he started staying here, our relationship has been worsened. Day by day, it felt like we were drifting further and further apart. I wish we could go back to how things were. Groggily turned, I felt the foreign object on my neck and snapped back to reality. That's right. There goes gravity. For Kazuki, I need to uncover the truth behind next day. I couldn't simply count on Yanagi's group. I wanted to contribute too. I got up and picked up the remote to shut off the TV. And now for our next story. Representative Ray Mikuni, a rising young government star. Oh, I remember him. I was back at the academy. He had some really passionate supporters. It's him. It's gotta be him. Mikuni, a resident of Shinjuku, has called for guarantees of safety for residents in the quarantine area, alluding to X-Day. I don't know how the government does things, but it seems like the police aren't the only ones having problems. Her critical statements about police mistakes and injustice have come under fire as, right now, I need to worry about myself. Wait, that's a girl? I don't know, all of them have long hair. It's hard to tell. Scolding myself for getting distracted, I turned off the TV. I'll be starting my investigation tomorrow, so I should review the cases. I booted up my PC to go over some articles about the X-Day incidents. Which one should I review? Okay. Oh my god. Well, I guess after this day, we should, call it quits. We'll read all these incidents. Real May. Start from the beginning. Seduction incident. April 4th, 20XX. It all began with this video. A video on the Shinjuku Station TV showed a group of what appeared to be tied-up police. In order to restore tainted Japan to health, the countdown to X-Day will now begin. Altered Voice disclosed a list of scandals the four people were accused of. Collusion with organized crime, embezzlement, trumping up evidence, excessive use of force, bullying fellow officers into suicide. Criminals such as these must face capital punishment. They must be exterminated. We will resurrect truth in this world. No longer will only the weak be persecuted. Viewers wondered if it would be a tacky commercial. And different voice echoed through Shinjuku. Then the video displayed these words. Countdown to X-Day. 9. The gruesome countdown mentioned at the start of the video had begun. Officer abductions and murder. May 4th, the officer in the disturbing video hadn't been found, and the situation turned dire. This was broadcast online, unlike in April. Thank you for waiting, everybody. The time for judgment is at hand. After that short intro, gunshots rang out. In order to cure Japan, such people must be exterminated. When judgment was rendered, the voice spoke. Judgment has been passed, as a preview of X-Day. This is not the end. Henceforth, we will mete out justice in the name of the nation's rebirth. Our name is Adonis. Hear me well, listeners. Make sure that you remember this name, okay? May this world become a paradise. Countdown to X-Day. 8. The police arrived far too late. The death of one officer was confirmed. However, many other bloodstains were found. The other 3 victims had just vanished. April X-Day incident has been added to materials. May X-Day incident has been added to materials. What should I review? Okay. Oh my god, there's so many. There's so many. How many were there? Were there 4? I feel like 5? Something like this. June. 7. Middle school explosion. June 4th, an explosion occurred at a middle school in Shinjuku, killing all members of a class. They were doing a science experiment at the time, so it was initially ruled an accident, or the damage caused changed the ruling. The Roman numeral 7 was drawn on the roof of the building. A coin was found at the site, identical to the one in the May crime. It's likely linked to the April and May cases. No fingerprints were found at the scene, and all people present perished. So much is still unknown about this case. Explosive residues were found, but they were from easily obtainable components. The school festival had been held recently, so determining suspects had been difficult. Afterward, the group called itself Adonis uploaded a video in the mid-June. A heartbreaking event has occurred. However, this was not indiscriminate murder. All of the deceased were in fact sinners. If you knew the extent of their crimes, you would accept their death as just. To save all people from sadness, we of Adonis will continue to judge the wicked. Countdown to X Day 7. A dedicated investigations office in Shinjuku Station was set up to handle X Day cases. Naruhodo. Which one should we review? July. Okay. Oh, what is this? Stalker murder. Feel very, very well known with this one. July 1st, a man who had been stalking a woman was killed by a bystander. The assailant was caught on the spot. Many witness accounts thought that it was a legitimate act of self-defense. However, the assailant was previously taken into custody as a suspect of the May X Day incident, so he currently in detention. Yeah. Afterward, the Roman numeral 6 and other coins were found at the victim's residence. Both the assailant and a stalking victim were suspected to have ties to Adonis. No evidence was found to corroborate this. In early August, Adonis released a video declaring the incident a part of the countdown. A man was arrested for defending himself. Don't you find this unreasonable? He was a hero who saved a woman. This woman had been plagued by her stalker for ages. The police did nothing. We, Adonis, could not overlook this, so we passed judgment on the victim's behalf. Countdown to X Day 6. Also, this month's countdown is 5. Soon, our judgment shall fall again. Mara. Okay, well, that's all those. Oh, we got 3 more? Okay. August. So many. Ah, the park. Online gamer serial killings. Oh no. I'm not gonna be able to sleep at night. Help. This incident had the most victims aside from the June middle school bombing, and crumbled public opinion of internet users. August 2nd, 3 men were shot to death in Shinjuku. However, their location in the city, time of death, and age were unrelated. However, the numeral 5 was left at each crime scene, in addition to the coin. The killings were declared related to X Day. From August 5th to August 7th, 3 people were killed per day, making 9 victims in total. Including the first 3 victims, all of the deceased played the same online game. A threat that bound the victims was found. Oh, a thread. The police appealed for caution, but the game had millions of players across the country, and panic erupted nationwide. There were many victims, and obstacles like hackers attacking the game servers made the investigation extremely difficult. Then on August 14, 3 more players of the game were killed at different locations. All victims belonged to the Shinjuku Guild, and they were all Shinjuku residents. It was speculated that in-game bullying might have been what sparked these killings. There was a terrible fear that a large number of people had been complicit in the murders. On August 18th, a suicide victim was found who claimed to regret bullying others online. This person was not a resident of Shinjuku. In late August, another video was uploaded. Indiscriminate murder. Many of you believe this was unjust. If only you knew the truth. They needed to be killed. They committed sin that required judgment. We save future victims by delivering it. Countdown to X Day 5. The country was in fear of Adonis, yet distrust of the police mounted mainly due to their ineffectiveness on the X Day cases. There's also a chance these are just crimes that they committed, or someone committed, and then they're just taking credit. I don't know. For now, the damage was limited to Shinjuku, but what if Adonis turned their eyes outward? If bullying in a video game warranted death, what sort of sin would merit judgment next? Anyone could be next. This incident was the impetus for the Shinjuku Quarantine Act, as well as the repeal of the swords and weapons control law within Shinjuku. Yes, August. Is that added? Okay. September? 2 more. Oh my god. Throat. Hang in there. September 7th. Another video was uploaded declaring that the countdown to X Day had reached 4, and displaying Adonis' signature coin. You are not necessary to this world. Have you ever thought something like that? Your birth was a mistake. Existence is meaningless. There is no hope. Who created such a world? It is truly unnecessary. Adonis will mete out justice to the people who delight in creating such despair. Countdown to X Day. 4. On the 7th of September, the hanged body of Ken Hachisuka, who lived alone, was discovered in his apartment by his girlfriend. The police believed it to be a murder disguised as a suicide. Only no Roman numeral was discovered at the scene, not the coin. The police firmly believed this is to be another X-Day killing, and investigated. It was discovered that another man visited the apartment on the day of the murder. The visitor's name was Yuki Tsunamori. He also attended the same free school as the victim, and they had interacted before. His fingerprints were found at the scene, and the police investigated him as likely suspect. Tsunamori claimed to be a chosen one, and had a coin like the others that were found. Analysis found the coin to be exactly the same as those found at previous X-Day scenes. The police arrested Tsunamori as an X-Day suspect and ceased further investigation. Then 1 month later, on October 7th, another victim declared the countdown had reached 3, displaying Adonis' signature coin was uploaded to the internet. He is not needed in his world. I wasn't allowed to wish for happiness. From the very moment I was born, I was unnecessary. Thus, we will discard everything. We will break those who create sorrow. Countdown to X Day. 3. Investigations was concerned about the September video. The suspect Tsunamori was already in custody. Also, no new X-Day style events had occurred, and no deaths were reported. But a day after the video went live, Tsunamori hung himself in his cell. Police had lost their only X-Day lead, and the truth was surrounded in darkness. Or shrouded in darkness. Pretty close. So that was 2 months. It only says September though, but okay. November. Disguised traffic accident incident. November 5th, a collision between a truck and a motorcycle officer led to 2 fatalities. This was initially reported as an accident, but surveillance camera footage revealed that the traffic lights had been manipulated and the incident was reclassified as X-Day event. Roman numeral 2 were discovered at the scene, and one of the victims was holding a signature coin. But this was not publicized. An investigation treated this as part of the X-Day cases was started. After this, Adonis uploaded another video to the internet. Some people exist who should have never been born. Self-centered, arrogant, demeaning. People with these qualities in excess trample upon the dignity of others. We, Adonis, shall pass judgment upon you, people, overflowing with base desires. Countdown to X-Day. 2. And were we not 1? That's enough for now? Okay. I think that's enough for now. If for a summary, it's much to digest. Even if I decide to undertake this on my own, I have no idea where to start. I need to use some direction. Oh, and if someone is working the month's cases, we'll be working on it together. The letter said I needed to grasp the truth of X-Day. In that case, it might be quickest to investigate them as a whole with Yanagi. He's also sympathetic about the collar. Namori's looking into April and May. I think the first case, okay? The April and May incident started it all. There might be some good hints there. I had a personal interest in August when the quarantine and weapons policy was enacted. Sasazuka on August. I wonder if we'd really cooperate though. Next was... that just leaves Shiraishi. Shiraishi was scary in his own unique way. He was openly enjoying my situation. A unique way of viewing my collar. He saw it as a source of great amusement. Besides, Shiraishi is the one who could most easily plant the letters. If someone at the station slipped the letter, investigation files, I had to be wary. However, the most obvious suspect wasn't some shadowy mole, but rather Shiraishi. If I'm going to investigate Shiraishi, I'll probably have to work on the case he has. He moves between the police and Yanagi's group. This was odd. It was odd that he decided to reopen the already solved September case. I'm so confused. Really complicating things. I have to work my day job while secretly investigating. I'm terrified, but I have no choice. Okay, I got a handle on what I have to do. And a rough idea of what I have to do starting tomorrow, so I sighed in relief. Speaking of which, they told me to go to Sakuragawa for help gathering intel. I'll go see her tomorrow. The 7th of December, 11:30 a.m. The next day. Okay, we are going to cut it off right there. Not even chapter 0 is over yet. But yeah, I can't handle anymore, to be honest. That was a load. But yeah, let's save real quick. Let's put it here. Why not? Chapter 0, common. Next day. Okay. Yeah, let's head out. Ah, man, that was a interesting intro. Still not done the intro, to be honest. The prologue is so long. Is it 50 something hours? 56 to complete all the routes. Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing that. I don't even think I've spent 56 hours trying to complete any other game yet. Like something that's not like you know, competitive, but there's no real like completion to it, is there? Yeah, we have a few other games to start on our viewer choice games. So make sure you stick around for that. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for coming. 聞いてくれてありがとうございます。じゃあ、またね。バイバイ。